Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Chatvik Anand and I will be your Learner Success Manager for today's session. It's great to have you all here and I hope you had a wonderful day so far. So, before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat box if you can hear me loud and clear or not? Guys, you can type yes in the chat box, please. Great. Thank you for the confirmation, everyone. So, after the session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is priceless to us. So, please take a moment to rate the session and tell us how we did. Also, please add comments to the survey, which will encourage us to keep doing good work or improve. Additionally, closed captioning is available for the session. You will have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in session recordings too. So, before we jump in, let's do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi Ranjita ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, very good afternoon. Yes, you are loud and clear. Just confirm if I am also loud and clear.
Thank you ma'am. We can also hear you loud and clear. So now I'll make you the presenter so you can begin with the session. Thank you everyone. Happy learning.
Thank you. Thank you. So, very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, team. So, hope you had a wonderful week so far and back to our PMP learning. And I am pretty much sure you people must have done your revision. Yes or no? We almost covered four topics from our chapter 1, isn't it? So we just covered the foundational aspect. We talked about the OPM. We talked about the project. We talked about project management principles. We talked about the Agile manifesto. Then we moved to the strategic alignment, which is nothing but how the organizations are going to align their project program portfolio up to the top. That is the strategic vision of their company. So Pranjal, no worries. You can still have time. You can do the revision. Might be you are already doing this training program with your job. Sonal says unable to hear. I think a lot of people have given me the confirmation that I am audible to them. Isn't it so? Okay, just check it your end, Sonal. Might be you can rejoin. All right. So we talked about the project benefits and value, financial based, business based. So that is where we covered the payback period, opportunity cost, financial based. We talked about the net present value, return on investment, isn't it? Then we also talked about the change management, where we discussed about the Prosky-Adkar model. So, Hemant, is you are not able to get your digital kit. It's not showing. Operational issues we can always discuss at the last 15 minutes. With the help of our learner success manager, he would be sorting out all of your queries. So, digital kit is not available to some of you. We'll just always look into those queries also. What is one-on-one issues you have? If you are not able to raise the support ticket, or your support ticket has been raised till you are not able to get the kit, we'll just discuss about all these questions at the end. Nisha says simplicity, art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. So Nisha, I think we discussed that when we are working in the agile, so it is not that we want to do lot of things together. So we only focus on what is essential. So we just start something and we complete that thing, and after that only you are going to pick the next item. So don't have in your bucket lot of uncompleted task. So that is what not completed task, maximum work of not done, the amount of work not done is what we are main focusing on. So what you are going to do one by one, you are focusing first complete your ongoing task. Once it is done, then go and pick the another task. That is how we always prefer. Don't do any kind of the over engineering, don't overburn yourself. So make it simple. In that way, you have to work with. right? So we just stopped at the change management, where we talked about the Prosky model, Adkar model, that awareness, then it was desire, knowledge, ability, and the reinforcement. I think we have to do the questions for this change management, and then we will be moving on to governance and the compliances, right? So the people who have not got their digital kit as of now, so already I had shared two PDF based on our slides itself, isn't it? That is what I just shared during the last week. So don't worry if it is taking time, might be by today or tomorrow your issue would be resolved, or maximum by Monday. But still, I think I have given you the support from my end that you can always look into it. So time being, you can always go for that. Yes, digital kit, Rajendra, as I mentioned you are in your learner's kit. It is always you will be getting, I mentioned it, your digital key consists of, PMI digital kit consists of over 6 chapters PDF. That is what is your slides. You will be getting chapter wise questions, which is the file name mastery builder. You have glossary PDF under your student resources, which is covering all the project management definitions. You have your spotlight videos folder, from where you can go and you can access some of the project management videos. And it also has our case study that we introduced you about our shop lifestyle center. So once you will submit your application, the people who have taken the elite program, this is for every learner. The digital kit is for every learner, and the people who have taken the full package. So after you submit your PMP application, that can be only on the last day you can apply, as you will be able to unlock your 35 PDU certificate on the completion. So once you submit your application and it gets approved by the PMI, after that you can claim your membership and exam voucher. So then only you would be able to activate your membership for 1 year, as well as you would be getting the access to PIMBOK and other guides. Last week you uploaded a Gantt chart format. We have not found in student resource. Gantt chart format, or this is what you are talking about, the agenda, that is how we are working with. So I told you that this is what is the chapter wise topics we are going to cover, and what content we are covering from our exam content PDF, isn't it? So this is what is the task number, enabler number I have mentioned. Hey students, like learners, just I'll just guide you. What I told you, the people who are not having their PMI learners kit, so that you don't have the access to these slides, right? You are the, as you are not having the access to the slides, what you have to do is you just have to move to the drive, and there you have to go to the task notes folder. Under task notes we have 6 chapters, so go to the first chapter, and I have shared 2 PDF, that is chapter 1A, chapter 1B. So chapter 1A, chapter 1B is going to give you the slide wise content, and the other PDFs are task wise as per our PMI. Okay, so this is what I think last time I explained you, that you just have to right now only following the task notes. I'll just share it to once again the people who are not having it. And this is what I think you are looking for our class agenda. So you have this PDF where I have mentioned what topic covers what exam topic, isn't it? This is, I think, the people are asking for. So on this drive, there is an important links where you can get to know the PMI link, Simply Learn link, and your testing centers, all the other informations are there, isn't it? So that is what, for the time being, once you have not got your digital key or you don't have the access to your study material, you can make use of this PDF for now. Okay. And once your digital key is available to you, and then you can always download your chapters, all the 6 chapters, and there is a workbook also which PMI is going to give you, that is only available in the PMI website. So this is your PMI digital kit that you will be going for. And there is one another platform, that is the Simply Learn website. So these are the two website you people would be accessing. So through PMI, you would be getting your all the study material that we are using in our sessions. Okay. So sometimes people do get confused between the two. So many other learners also had this problem. So PMI website, all the content that you have, apart from your this thing, you can download everything. So this 6 chapters PDF you can download, and there is a workbook also, student workbook. So that workbook is all going to cover all these slides. You can make use of that workbook also to make up your notes. Okay, so this is going to have the consolidation of all our more than 510 slides which are there in our 6 chapters. So overall we would be covering around more than 500 slides for our PMP. So this is available on the PMI website. Simply Learn website, you will be getting your live classes recording, you would be getting your assessment there, you would be getting your PMP application videos and other things there, isn't it? So this is the Simply Learn website, this is the PMI website. So your digital kit has to be downloaded from the PMI website only under my courses, or you will have one Simply Learn partner platform. There you will find your PMI authorized PMP digital kit. So you can click on that, start your course, and it will direct you to all the student resources and your videos, other things as well. Right now, as we told you, because all the assessment tests on the Simply Learn are full length mock test. So the people who are just doing this class as a revision, they have already done once the sessions with some other trainer. You may start doing those mock tests right now also, but people who are doing it first time, I would recommend you to start your assessment test only after we complete our 5th chapter or at least 4th chapter. In the meantime, as I told you, on the drive, there is a questions folder, isn't it? PMP questions. So there we have our chapter wise questions. Plus, you will have your topic wise also. I'll guide you. Once we will be talking about the stakeholders, communication, risk, you can take up those chapter wise questions also. The Simply Learn mock test, assessment test are all full length mock paper, right? So you have these additional slides folder, because I would be using some additional slides to explain you the topics. Those additional slides I have shared it here. Other things are not mandatory for you. Like this project templates are not the things which will be coming up in your PMP. It is just these templates you can use in your ongoing projects, right? So we just talked about the business case, benefit management plan, all those things. Ankit, the assessment tests are available on the Simply Learn website. If you go to your Simply Learn website, under your PMP course, there is an assessment tab. The day one, I think I showed you how you people can access your LMS of Simply Learn. LMS is basically Simply Learn website, and PMI website would be used for your digital kit as well as filling up the examination form. So all your attendance from the portal when you from where you join these sessions, no, from the same portal only you would be having your assessment tab, isn't it? Under this assessment, you have got all the questions available, test paper. And under your classes, live classes, you will access to all our class recording. Okay. So I hope I have made it now clear. I think one person was asking what is this 3.2.1, 3.2.4. See, I made it very clear. As we know, we have got three domains in our PMP or for any project. First domain is our business, sorry, people domain. First domain is the people. Second domain is your process. Third domain is our business environment. And when we say 3.2 means second task of third domain, that is the business environment. 2.1 says first enabler of the second task. So we have domains. We have in each domain there are tasks, isn't it? In the business environment, we have got four tasks. People domain, we have 14 tasks. Process domain, we have 17 tasks. Now, every task, PMI has given you some guidelines, some examples, how you can accomplish those tasks successfully. These are not a kind of a comprehensive list, but this is just the, according to PMI's guidelines, they have given you how you can do that. Those are the enablers. So each task is having few enablers. That is what this 3.2.1 says. First enabler of second task of the third domain. That is how we talk about this enabler and domain, right? 3.4.1 says fourth task of third domain. That is the managing organizational change management. How do we support the organizational changes? That is the task number fourth of business environment. So we have got enablers there. So three enablers. So all those three enablers that we have covered during this particular topic. Now, project governance is what we are going to cover today. That is the 14th task of process domain, managing the project governance. So that domain has got some enablers. This is what we have over here. Ankit Tandon says, I have lot of questions. So lot of questions, Ankit, related to the content or related to operational issues. Can you just make it clear? For digital kit, definitely our support team is going to help you. For operational part, definitely I won't be the right person to guide you because all the other things, testing team, supporting team, they would be only able to access you one-on-one basis. And about the content part, Ankit, yeah, tell me what is the issue you have. I'm giving you just unmute access. You can speak up. What is the problem you have?
Ma'am, when I go through with that entire detail, whatever you share, and the recording session also, so sometime I find out there is multiple buffering issue, and the entire session is not downloaded, so I'm unable to grasp if I miss some particularly part and I have to cover in that in the weekday time. I'm unable to means access to that videos. And if I'm talking about project benefit and organization culture and change management, these 2 points are still pending because I have to clear this two means upper one, which we
Fine.
completed in our second session. So that video is still not with me, and I'm facing this issue.
Fine. So that is the thing you are saying the classes recordings are having the issue. The recordings are not like working properly. This is the problem you are facing, Ankit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
let me
ma'am.
check with my team. Let me just check it with my team, right? So
Okay.
definitely, I'll just check it with my team. If there is an issue in the recording part, we'll see what is the problem and from where it is. We'll sort it out.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so Ashish, is it not mandatory to go through the self-paced videos, but definitely it is important for you to have 80% minimum attendance for this live classes and two assessment you have to clear to unlock your certification. Yes, this is what like because there was a kind of a query, that is why I spent. So tomorrow, like the other questions related to operational part, we'll do at the end only, right? So let's begin with our today's agenda and other things. I'll just guide you at the end of our session how to access that drive. Though I have just given you, but again I'll explain it during the end. So your last time we just covered our change management, organizational culture and change. So this is the question related to that. Wonderful, wonderful. Few people are also giving the justifications as well. Awesome team. So I think so. Time is up. I'm just moving on to the options, the answers, so that you can tally with the justification. Although maximum almost everybody has given the correct answer only, because that is what we discussed when we talked about the organizational culture and the change management. We have to first assess our organization culture, we have to evaluate, isn't it? Based on that we would be defining our strategies for implementation. That is what I think maximum people or almost everybody has given the correct answer only. I think we have another question on the same. Time is up. So this is what you will get in your exam also. Okay, please make it sure that within the 70 to 75 seconds we have to answer. So we have got lot of options coming up for this question. It is a tricky question also, and we have to first see a project manager has just started working on airport development project using a predictive management approach. Now a sponsor who has just returned from a week-long agile conference wants the project manager to start using more of agile methodologies and the practices in their project. What should project manager do first? Now this is the what most of the questions, many of the questions will ask you. So might be all the options is what you have to do, what should be your first action. So this is what we have to compare all the options and find it out, and make a practice that you read the questions fully and all the options you have to read. Don't just jump out to any of the answer by going through few alternatives only considering they are the correct answer. Stop the project work and discuss details on how agile methodologies. Now this is an extreme action. In never you are going to stop your project activities. We'll discuss when only it is possible to stop the project activities, only in certain or only in one or two cases. Otherwise, we will never stop the project activities. This is eliminated. Identify the training needs for the current team members so that we can help them develop working knowledge of the agile. This is a good choice. Mention the project management approach as agile approach in the project charter and get the charter approved. Now, sponsor doesn't want you to change your methodology. He's just interested to adopt some of these agile methodologies in your project. So this is again not a kind of a context with this question. Assess the organization culture and readiness of the project team members and cross-functional members for the transformation. This is a very good choice. If you compare B and D, definitely we have to always first prefer this, whether our team, whether the organizational culture is there, the people who are there, the stakeholders who are there, what is their attitude, isn't it? That is what we discussed the best practices when we talked about organization culture, isn't it? Those guidelines you have to keep it in mind. So that is what first would be your option D before going to identify your training requirements. Whether we are ready to adopt this change or not, you have to assess your organization team. What is the kind of a team working, whether they are working with a self-organized way, whether they are cross-functional, all that thing we have to first assess, and then we can go for the other choices, right? So is it all of you now clear with this two questions that we did? This is what a kind of a exam like questions you will be getting it. So we have just covered three enablers of our support organizational change. Now there was a question on the chat box that what PDF we should follow. Under this notes folder, chapter 1, just refer to this particular PDF which talks about support organizational change. So that will explain you all these enablers. Okay, that is what you can refer. All those task notes are not at all mandatory for everyone. It is just first point of reference would be your PDF, the exam content outline, the PMI kit, the chapter 1 PDF. If you go through that PDF, you find the content on every page is clear to you. You are confident on that, it is good. You can straight away jump to solve the questions. If you feel that some of the topics are not clear or you are lacking some confidence, in that case, you can refer to the books or the chapter notes. That is how you can always follow your strategy. Okay, so Kirutinga, it is nothing you have missed. We just did two questions only. And now we are moving to our new topic, that is the governance. What do you mean by governance? What actually is governance? Control, okay. Monitoring and controlling, rules, guidelines, laws, regulations, managing deliveries to check timely, policies. Exactly, the governance is nothing but where they are going to be just setting up our policies, isn't it? We have to have a system, isn't it? That is how we are going to check on our strategic alignment. They are just going to see whether all of us are following the correct procedures, whether we are all following the rules and not. Oversighting, yeah, overseeing the complete processes. So PMI defines the governance as the framework, functions, and processes that guide project management activities in order to create a unique product, result, or services to meet the organizational, strategic, and operational goals. So in other way, we can say it is just our structure for working. It is a system which is going to help every person on the project is making the correct procedures. They're following the correct processes. They're making the right decisions timely. Whether we are all following the things or the guidelines or the procedures, processes, everything. So the most important benefit of following this or setting up this governance is that it offers a single point of accountability, isn't it? That is the first thing. And the project would be periodically reviewed for the performance. That is the second thing. So we always, the governance always standardize our way of handling the project. That is what is the kind of structure, kind of a framework that we should have. Now, how much and what kind of governance is required? That again depends on the project to project, isn't it? So doesn't it that if it is a kind of a too much micromanagement, that also will be annoying the stakeholders and your team? They doesn't like, no, if you're doing too much of micromanagement. And also you cannot just leave your team freely or everything on them also. That is also not a good thing. So this is how you have to always set a strike a balance between two, isn't it? Neither too little nor too much. You cannot just put your team in a kind of a relaxed way. That is what you have to decide. So how much is what, it depends on the project, isn't it? This is how we know that most importantly the PMO is going to establish all our framework, isn't it? That is how they are going to define it. So if any organization has a PMO, so they are going to always decide based on the what kind of policies, what kind of procedures we have to follow. So they would be setting up all these governance framework. And the most important aspect of that is they are just going to look into your project budget, scope, schedule, resources, and the quality. That is what is the key areas the governance body is going to always oversee. Because at the end of the day, the project budget is what is going to impact your profitability, isn't it? So all the things is what is all depend on it. It is what we are talking about, the predictive project context only. This is how we'll now talk about what are those components that will include in your governance, isn't it? We know that we have to include the processes for changes, how we are going to manage the changes, who would be approving those changes, the steering committee, the board, the change control board, the authority board. So that is what they are going to decide. The issue resolution process, how the problems and issues has to be resolved, what is the kind of a control which is available for the project manager, and what the project manager needs to escalate, the communication processes, decision making processes, what project life cycle has to be used, how the reviews would be done, all your risk issues identification, isn't it? So periodically they would be checking your risk registers, stakeholders registers, your quality reports, all those things, so that we always have to follow the right procedures, right processes. That is what is the kind of a governance framework we have. Exactly, that is what we talked about, Lindsay. No, it is typically there because it is always going to be established by a PMO, isn't it? And do remember, how could project manager will establish the policies for himself? Won't it be conflict of interest? You are going to set up the processes for you only, isn't it? So that is what project manager cannot establish these things. So PMO is going to be always doing that. Only somewhat authority you have. So that is what in certain cases is definitely in certain case of the project where you know that the project is not that much critical. So that is where the project manager has got the full control. So this again very much true that Lindsay, what you have raised your point, it totally depends on the criticality of the project, isn't it? If suppose you are doing a project, our organization is already in a kind of a very bad finance position. Now we are just trying up with the last project, that is a kind of, if it zoom, like if just success, we are going to zoom. If it is just going to fail, we are going to do. It's a kind of a do or die project that we are now doing it. So now just keep it in thing. If this kind of project is there, which is a kind of a zoom or doom kind, isn't it too many eyes will be there on you? There will be lot of checks, lot of control, lot of overseeing would be there happening on this particular project. But there are not always every project with that. So might be once we are doing our project which are highly compliant, which are having a kind of very very critical things, then you have to have a kind of a governance structure. So how many layers of approvals you are going to have, that all depends on the project to project. That is how we have to strike a balance. How much control, how much governance is required, that all depends on project to project, as well as our organization culture also, as well as your project life cycle also. When we carry out our project in the adaptive, we know adaptive, we always have a flat structure. We don't have any kind of a hierarchy. So there we know that in the adaptive project, we are just working on the small fixed time box. So every iterations, every this time box, we are checking, we are taking the review, we are taking the feedback. So that is how we are always working with that kind of a project life cycle. That is where we know that it is not very very costly or very very strict kind of a thing that happens in the adaptive. But in the predictive project, where we are working on a very very critical project, you would have to have a governance framework. So how much is required, that depends on project to project. Definitely, that is what we discussed, Uti. If you don't have a PMO, then project manager along with the senior managers, senior stakeholders, you would be setting up all these procedures, isn't it? But there has to be a structure, there has to be a system to follow. That is what you should be there. So what does this governance board does? Isn't it? So you may have separate body, or you may have a combined committees to provide the support to the project manager. So this governance board or project board or steering committee is just going to provide the project oversight. So definitely it will include your project sponsors, senior managers, as well as your PMO would be also a part of it. Project manager also will be a part of it. Senior resources, senior managers, right? So they will form a committee, they will form a board who are going to review the things periodically, isn't it? That is how you go, no? Once you complete a particular phase or a step, so you go to this board for getting the approval. So once they give you the approval, you start your second stage, and then again you have to go to this board for their approval. And now if they say no, you have to modify the stage only, and then you have to rework on that. Again you have to get the approval. Once they approve it, then we move on to the next, isn't it? That is how it happens whenever you are working with this predictive project, stage by stage, isn't it? After you complete one stage, maybe the feasibility study or the design is completed, you have to get the approval. Yes or no? You need the approval, no? Whether we can go. So that is what we called as a phase gate. That is what like we decide. So this is what like they would be doing it. So they are responsible for reviewing the key deliverables, as well as they are the people who would be giving you the guidances also. And once we are working on the Agile project, we will talk about this framework, because we have not discussed about any framework as of now. We have just spoken Agile in general. Agile is all about where we are working with the small fixed time box to deliver some value to the customer, isn't it? So we have got more than 50 frameworks that we follow: Scrum, Safe, DA, Kanban, Crystal, Extreme Programming. But again, as we discussed during the Agile Manifesto, we are not going to cover as per our PMP exam is concerned, but Scrum is what we will be taking in detail. We'll be talking in detail in the next chapter. So once we are working with the Scrum framework, so in our PMP exam, it always talks about one team only, that you're doing a project with a single team. But in real time, in certain cases where you are working on a project and you know that to carry out this particular project work, we have multiple teams. Maybe there are three teams who are working. So all these three team are working together. Now they need one licensing person who would be overseeing the coordination of these teamworks. That is what we called as a Scrum of Scrum. SOS. This is a Scrum team. This is a Scrum team. This is a Scrum team. So one person from this, one person from this, one person from this. So he would be meeting with this licensing person, which we called as a project manager or a scrum of scrum. He would be coordinating with the different team. So that is what in the agile you may have sometimes intermediary governance board who would be licensing between the project and the organization. Otherwise, if you're working with a single team, the flat structure is there. The team is just working collaboratively to come up with the solutions, and they themselves decide the structure, the things, how they are going to do that. We'll talk about that in detail during our second chapter itself. Now, once the project team is working and we know what is the authority we have, so we know that how much decision we can do, we can take, what is the power, what is the authority we have, and when we have to escalate, who are those line of managers to whom you have to escalate. Otherwise, as a project manager, as a, we do have a kind of a project team, no, we are working with a kind of a team who will be having a project team, who would be having a project manager. There are different type of people who are working. Some of them might be having some low authority, medium authority, high authority. So based on their authority level, they have to take the decisions. So that level is what we called as a tolerance range. How much is in your control? How much decisions team member can take who have a some little power? How much decision project manager can take? So that is what we know. Within the boundary, we have to take the decisions. So anything which is happening within this particular range, that is what we called as a tolerance. If we know that we have a project timeline as 6 months, so usually it is not a kind of a 6 months. We always have one acceptable range, isn't it? That acceptable range says, okay, anything within this 6 months or maybe 20 days is okay, or 15 days is our thing. So that is what the timeline we have got it. If our project, like you are monitoring your project from first month, second month, third month. Now, after this third month, now once we are monitoring and we find that our project is getting delayed. So we know that it may exceed this threshold level of 15 days. Our project may be going till 7 months, and our threshold is the upper limit. Upper limit is your 15th day. So at any time you identify my project is exceeding my threshold, project manager cannot take the decision on his own. The first thing is that you have to escalate it to the responsible stakeholder. That is what we have defined in our governance. That is what is the line managers whom you are going to escalate that thing. So escalation is always the last resort for a project manager, because you are the decision maker for the project. So you have to take the wise decisions, and you have to take the decisions within your boundaries. That is what we always set. We will be talking about that. We do have these boundaries for our timeline. We do have our these boundaries for the budget. We do have these boundaries for our quality measures, our non-functional functional requirements also. So within that boundary, within that range, you have to work. So tolerance is your range, and threshold is that limit. Just consider, you have a glass. Now the tolerance of this glass is it can withstand this much of water, but this is the threshold, that water cannot, you cannot pour water up more than its brim. That is the threshold, it will spill over. So this is how we do define the boundaries within which project manager has to work. So this is what, like, for our team also, they know how much decision they can take. So based on their boundaries, they have to take the decision. Otherwise, they are going to escalate it to their line managers. Okay. So that is how, based on our project governance, we should follow. Please do keep one important point to note from the exam point of view. It's a tip only. You would have in your questions sometimes that report to your sponsor, go to your sponsor. So this is how you will be having in your exam. Escalation means where you want to ask someone for help. So that would be the last resort as a project manager. You have to work out on your root cause analysis, collect the data, solve on your own first. Now, what is that range within which we can solve is this one. That is what we define by setting up our tolerance and threshold. So, if anything is within this range, tolerance, this is what we'll see once we are going to set up our project management plans. No, during our planning only, we know what are our thresholds. That is how we are going to set in the beginning. This is what we are going to follow. This would be changed, but again it would be based on our board, the governance board, the steering committee. They owns the right to change these threshold. So the approval for our threshold would be done by the body only. See, we discussed last time about our business case, isn't it? Right now, we have not yet started our project. We will be talking about Himanshu, all those things little later. So, right now, just keep one thing in mind, that as a project manager, once you are working, so you know that our project is always having a kind of an approved timeline. You have your approved budget, that my budget for this project is set, let's say it is $1 million. So always you know that it is always specified as a range, not just as a 1 million. So you have your range of a permissible range, that 1 million plus or minus 5% or 10% is what they have allowed you. So anything which is within this 10% of my threshold is okay. But anytime during your project execution, you find that my budget will exceed more than 20%. Now, what to do? You cannot do anything by yourself. You have to first reach out to the next line manager as per your governance structure. That is where you are going to escalate. You have to always get their input, their advice, something which is outside the boundary, outside the authority of the project. Yes, escalation would be there, always not to the sponsor. That is how we have defined it in our governance framework. Maybe sometimes you know that we have a issues related to our compliances. So you would be reaching out to your compliance manager, legal manager. That is how we define it in our governance framework. Escalation process. When to escalate to whom? Threshold will be there for the time. Threshold would be there for your cost. Threshold will be also there for the quality. You cannot ensure 100% accuracy, isn't it? So for quality also, they will allow you some permissible range. Whenever you are working on a kind of a software, so you know that it cannot be 100% accurate. Might be you know that one or two bugs are there, but that is okay. That is what it will be always there. But it cannot go beyond 5 bugs. That is what is the threshold we always set. Threshold is just your authority, isn't it? The limit beyond which we cannot go. That is what, just keep it in mind. So, in any scenario in your exam, you come across a situation where our authority level is crossing, or there is some kind of an issue related to the compliances or related to any kind of a risk which is not in our control. In that case, first step is you are going to escalate. Otherwise, escalation would be always eliminated. Last resort in your as a PMI guideline. Are you all clear on this? That is what I am telling you, Ankit. If your threshold is exceeding, you have to escalate. You have to escalate. Maybe in our governance framework, it is defined escalation process says we have to reach out to sponsor for our budget part, isn't it? That is how we know that the governance is going to always depend on the project to project. So this is how they are going to approve any deviations in our budget, scope, schedule, resources, and the quality. Pranjal says that it's possible to download digital. See, you can download all these PDF from your PMI website, okay? PDFs are all downloadable. You can download it. Now, when we talk about this governance, because governance and project life cycle goes hand in hand, isn't it? So that is what when we say predictive project, so always we know predictive project, the value delivery to the customer is how it is happening. It is always as a product of the life cycle. So this is what we say. What is the project life cycle? Project life cycle is a series of phases that we do in our project from start till the end, isn't it? We initiate, we plan, we execute, we monitor, we close. When we are constructing a building, so we start with the feasibility study, we design, we construct, we test, isn't it? All that is what we have a series of phases. All the definition which I show you by clicking up this box, these definitions are available in your glossary PDF. So there is a kind of 75-80 page PDF which gives you all the project management terms. For exam point of view, you need not have to memorize these definition. That is what just concept should be. You should be able to understand what project life cycle is, what is governance, what is your project plan. Yeah, this is glossaries available in the PMI kit itself, okay, digital kit. So project life cycle, again, when we are talking about, so how the governance actually works in the predictive. So we know the value that we deliver is always at the end of the project only in the case of predictive. But when we talk about our adaptive project, so the value is always embedded throughout the end, isn't it? Every iteration, we are giving some value to the customer. So that is how it is embedded in the product delivery. This is how we work in the adaptive project also. So they are just constantly checking the things and they are working for the future iterations also. Now, how this governance works with this value delivery? So we know that at the end of every phase, when we work in the predictive, because in the predictive project we know we split our work into the phases: design phase, development phase, testing phase, deploy, isn't it? All these are the phases in the software life cycle. So when we say phase, each phase you are doing some task, isn't it? For doing this design, you know that you have to develop your wireframes, isn't it? All those tasks that we have to do. So phases is nothing but it is the collection of activities. It is the collection of activities within the project. And phase gate is the review point at the end of every phase. So after you complete your phase, there is a phase gate. We call this as a phase gate, governance gate, kill point, toll gate. They are all synonym. So when we say this phase gate, so it is nothing but it is a review point. So once we complete our design, there is a phase gate, and here we are going to get the decision from our governance board, and that they are going to decide whether you can continue to the next phase, or you have to continue with your modification of this existing one, or in some cases sometimes we end our project or the program as well if we find some kind of a risk or some kind of a shift in the market, or because of some reason we have to kill our project, we have to end our project. That is what three decisions they are going to take. So these are the governance checkpoints, we call them as a phase gate. But when we talk about these adaptive, we know that we are working in the multiple iterations. So we always review after every iterations, and these iterations are fixed time box. In the predictive, the phases are not having any, all the phases may have a different time, isn't it? Design time might be different time, the development may have a different phase time. So these phases are not going to have a fixed time for every phase, isn't it? But here you know that after every phase there have to be a review. So there would be a phase gate after completing a phase. That is where you are going to get the review by the governance board. In the adaptive, we have a fixed time box for every iteration, that could be 2 weeks, 4 weeks. So after every iterations, we are reviewing and we are taking the feedback. Based on that, we improve in our next iteration, and incrementally we are adding the features and improving also. That is how we work in the adaptive. Now for now, I'm not covering this minimum viable product. We will be talking about this little later in our planning project. Every project, when you are working with your predictive development approach, so in the predictive development approach also we carry out our project in the multiple phases, isn't it, Abdul? If it is a construction project, so might be feasibility study, then you start working on your permits, you get the approvals from the government boards, all those things. We start working on our designs, we start working on our construction, we start then after that testing, isn't it? This is how we carry out our multiple phases, isn't it? If you do are doing a software, so that also has the different phases. So that is how we work in the predictive. So after you do a phase, we always have to seek the approval from our board, then only you move on to the next phase, isn't it? That is how we work in the predictive projects. So that is what it is talking about. So governance applies at the end of the each phase, even at the beginning of a phase also. So this particular slide is based on our shop lifestyle case study, where we are working on a township. A lifestyle center is getting constructed, and we have this project in the hybrid mode. So the construction of this lifestyle center is working with the predictive. Marketing and sales part is carrying out by the agile way. Engfen is the project manager for this project. So Engfen has divided this project in three phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So before you start beginning your phase, you always have to verify and validate your project assumptions. You have to analyze your risk also, so that you have a necessary action plan, how you could mitigate those risks, how you could eliminate those risks, isn't it? So that is what, before we start our phase, we always have to have a detailed explanation. Clarity has to be there, and then we start. And at the end also, we are going to review whether the key deliverables are produced as per our plan or not. So that is how we are going to check our completeness and the acceptance. So this is how we are doing it. So phases can be sequential, where we are doing it one after another. Few phases might be overlapping also, like here the phase 3, which is the marketing and sales, and this is our construction, that they are doing in overlapping. So that is how we work it. But there would be a phase gate after every phase for getting the approvals and the acceptance. Let's do this question for checking how much we are clear on this governance topic. People who have access to poll, please answer over the poll. And people who can't access the poll, I think they're using the chat box as usual. Time is up, so I am ending up the poll. So I have few options on the chat window. I'll just share you the result as well. So 52%, but I think we have one, two, three, four, five more A's and one C and D on the chat box. So almost 55% people have opted for A, 15B, 26% C, and 6% D. Let's review the answer. And then if you still have the doubt, we would discuss. Have you gone through the options? So is it now clear to all of you why the A should be the correct option, right? So as I told you, I think during our topics discussion as well, it is always keep it in mind, if something is beyond our authority, Isn't it? Something is which is always having the impact with the strategic goal of the organization. Escalation would be the best choice for that. Okay. So with that, we have covered our 14th task of the second domain, that is the process domain, establishing project governance structure. Now, the last topic, which is a very general topic, which talks about the compliances. Now, based on your industries, can you people tell me what are your compliances that you people are strictly adhering to? All the industries do have certain compliances, isn't it? Compliances means they are the mandatory requirements, regulations, environmental, regulatory, HIPAA, WHS, yeah. So yeah, we do have POSH, exactly. So compliances are related to several factors: ISO standards, HIPAA, OSHA, GDPR. There are so many compliances that we have based on the industry to industry. Anybody who has faced a situation in this group where your project had to face a kind of a delay or a failure because it didn't meet the regulatory or the legal requirement? Neeraj says yes. Yeah. All right. So Neeraj, from which industry you belongs to? Hitesh is also saying yes. Emission norms is again, yeah, that is again a compliance only. Fine, data access. Yeah, exactly. Data security, data confidentiality, isn't it? So exactly that is what you have. Automotive sector also have. Every industry will have some standards and the regulation that we have to follow. So meeting compliances isn't optional. That is what I mean to say, isn't it? It is the foundational responsibility of the project manager, especially when it is a regulated sector, isn't it? When you're working with the healthcare, finance, IT, construction also. So this is what like compliances in the project management is nothing but we have to, our project needs to ensure to follow all the applicable regulations, legal, regulatory, isn't it? That is what we need to understand. Requirements for specific practices. We know that certain industries like your pharma sector or your aviation, they do follow. That is what I think one of my learners says, is it mandatory to have SOPs because our organization is not favoring that? I just mentioned how come it is possible, isn't it? You just can't deny no the SOPs, isn't it? Because you have to have all those standard procedures, then only you can say that we are adhering to those compliances. That is what sometimes we say. People do say we are following the project management practices, and you would know that we are not even knowing the P of the project management, because people just feel if they are using the project management tool, that means they are having the good knowledge of project management. But that is not the thing, isn't it? We discussed during strategic alignment, that is what we have to ensure to establish the good project management framework. It should be always having those strategic element that we discussed: mission, vision, goals, objectives, isn't it? Program, project, portfolio, your resources, SOPs, everything has to be there. So you always have to include all these standard procedures. You have to have all your standards that I think somebody just mentioned over: ISO, FDA, even PMBOK is also one of the standards. Then we have the privacy laws, isn't it? HIPAA, GDPR. That is again a big deal for our project. We know that handling of sensitive information, especially in the case of medical reports, financial reports, isn't it? All those confidential specifications has to be handled very carefully. And definitely for ensuring these compliance requirement, you always have to have a best quality assurance plan. That is what we say compliances and quality goes parallelly. For adhering to all these compliances, standards, regulation, we have to follow a proper quality assurance plan. Now, these are the categories. As we know, not every industry will have a set of compliances. Might be the compliances for the construction sector would be different. It will not work for the uh, your healthcare sector in the US. The compliances in the India, compliances in the US, Canada, like that is what like we are all going to first ensure. So we know that there are several categories and it all depends on the industry as well as the geography also. A chemical plant in India may have a different compliance needs than in the US. So environmental risk, you know, when we are talking about all those environmental laws, isn't it? You know that you have to maintain your proper pollution, waste, all those kinds of a thing. This is what we have to understand. The environmental risk, then your workplace health and safety. You always have to follow the occupational health and safety regulations, especially in the construction sector. The workers needs to be provided with all those safety gears. Ethical, non-corrupt practices. It all talks about the prevention of bribes, isn't it? Or any kind of a unethical behavior, all those frauds, they're all coming under the unethical practices. Bhopal gas tragedy was due to the non-compliant practices very much, I think, because there was a kind of a very huge gap, because that is what we know. That was a kind of a Pranjal, are you from that city only? Because that is the kind of people who have somebody from those tragic incident, no? So we know that there could be severe consequences if we are not adhering to the standards or those mandatory requirements. That is what we have to ensure, because the consequences would be legal or huge penalties, isn't it? So there are all these categories, social responsibilities. Whatever project you are doing it, you have to ensure that your project respects the human rights. Your project respects your community welfare, isn't it? When you are setting up a kind of a factory, so you are not using any kind of a child labor, or you are doing the fair compensations, all those is coming under your social responsibility. Then the quality, as we know, all our projects should meet our quality standards, isn't it? So that is how we do have those standards, your PMBOK standards, ISO standards. That is what we have to ensure. Then comes the process risk. How you are going to ensure your processes that you are working with, they're complying with all your regulatory and the operational standards. That is why we do have our checklist, SOPs, flow charts, that is going to help us to follow the correct processes. So we just discussed these compliance categories would depend on industry to industry as well as the geography of the industry as well. Treat compliances as a project objective. This is very critical for anyone who is leading a project. Now you are the project manager, so definitely non-compliance is one of the most serious risk for any project and for organization. So you have to identify this as a most highest priority. So always we do in our risk process, that is what we will be discussing. So when we are looking for our risk planning and we are specially identifying all those risks, so this compliance category should be on the highest priority, isn't it? Because we know that non compliance is one of the most severe risk for our project. So based on that, you have to have a dedicated register which is going to include everything. We will be discussing in detail when we are going to talk about this risk planning. We always identify those risks. We have to have a person or a owner who would be addressing that risk. There has to be a proper mitigation plan for addressing that risk. All that thing we are going to talk about. So we know that most of the big organization, they do have a compliance manager or a compliance department as a separate division in many of those organization. Otherwise, if you don't have, you have to have a some of the experts, you have to talk to them when you are documenting all these compliance requirements for your project. So that is what project management body of knowledge gives us the 5 best practices for meeting or for adhering with these compliances. So first step is documentation. Always track your compliances early. So you have to keep your compliance register always updated, because it is not that in the beginning we have documented it, might be compliances would new compliances would come anytime, isn't it? Many time it had happened that you are carrying out a project, maybe you have just started working on a new car or maybe new mobile. What if in between mid of the project government has release some new guideline, maybe for your engines or maybe for your emission standards? That is what we have to keep on keep this documentation updated throughout the project, so that based on this compliances we can always do the risk planning. That is how you are going to prioritize those compliances in your risk register. Also, you need to have a compliance council. Compliance council is nothing but it is always, we know that we have a, either if you have a compliance department or a compliance team, they will be looking for it. Otherwise, this is how you are going to have your specialist experts from those technical areas, legal areas, other areas, and they are going to always understand and manage those project compliances, isn't it? This is how we have some experts. If you are working on a pharmaceutical project, maybe a drug. So we know that there has to be one regulatory expert in our team who would be giving us those guidances. Then fourth step is the compliance audits. That is what we say, Pranjal, from which channel does the project manager gets latest update? Compliance council is there, and as a project manager, we know that we have to be vigilant, isn't it? External EEF. Yeah, we talked about PESTEL, we talked about TECOP. You always have to see the team, everybody is responsible. So first of all, we have already up, we need to keep, that is what, like, we are going to set up our processes, that the approval of these requirements and our product deliverable should be done by some of the senior stakeholder who are having the good knowledge about these compliances. So that is what, like, these best practices we are talking about, isn't it? Just a minute. So it talks about, first you have to keep your compliance requirements and all the related risk in your register. Then you have to include these compliances risk in your risk register also. Then we have to work with the experts. As a project manager, you have to work with the experts, isn't it? Your legal, your audit, your technical advisors, so that we can understand and we can manage those compliances. Then you have to make a process for audits. So you need to do all these formal audits throughout our project, so that we are ensuring that everybody is following those processes, those standards, isn't it? We do the audits, no, and that is what we get our reports. What are those gaps? What are those shortcomings? How we can improve? So that is what should be of a regular practice. So before you are closing your project or before you are going for the handover, we always have to check, we have to verify all those things. That is what you are going to define in your quality management plan: the audits, the testing, inspections, who would be doing the approvals. That should be done by a expert only who has got a good knowledge about that. And compliance stewardship is nothing but as we know, it is your responsibility. You have to be ethical. You have to always follow the correct processes. That is what you have to take care of your project, just like we take care of our family. That is your responsibility to oversee everything, isn't it? That is what is you are going to always follow. So once we know that there would be compliances, because that is what the people have given the examples, no, we missed to consider few compliances, and later on it had impacted that we had to terminate our project also, or your project had failed. You cannot now launch your project in the market because it is non compliant with certain regulations. That is how we have to have these 5 best practices. So first, confirm all your compliance requirements, classify them into categories, do the risk planning, do the talk to your experts, do the formal checks regularly before you are handing it over to the customer, and you have to be steward, compliance stewardship. See how you know, that is what, like, suppose you got to know that there is a some new compliance requirement. Compliance is the area where you know that this is maybe related to legal, or maybe it is related to something which is not in your authority. You have to always report it to the respective parties. If it is related to legal, talk to your legal team. If it is related to the procurement, talk to your procurement manager or the procurement team. That is where you are going to take the help of your peer members as well, isn't it? This is how project manager also seeks some expert judgment for his project, right? Let's do the questions on these compliances. Time is up. I am ending up the poll. So we have few A's in the chat box as well. So I think more than 90% people have opted for A. Few B, C, and D. Only I think one and one case. Let me just take you to the justification, as maximum people have answered it correctly. Then we will talk about that. The one more tip for the exam point of view, please keep it in mind. We have to look at the problem or look at the particular scenario with a very holistic view, with a very broader view, not specifically on a particular area. The question was very, very tricky, and this is what, like, you are going to get it, because now all the options are somewhat correct only, but there were few options who were only looking for a very specific area, not at a comprehensive or not as a kind of a broader perspective we were looking at, isn't it? So we have to always cover the multiple areas. This is what is not in the PMI site. This is what additional slides I use, Bachchan Kumar. So all these questions I would be sharing you along with our uh, questions folder. You will get them. Okay. These are not in your PMI website. There is a chapter wise questions folder that for PDF is there. Mastery Builder question. Mastery Builder PDF will give you chapter wise question. Are you all okay with this now? Because why we are going to set up a meeting with our legal team to find out the compliance requirement, because it's looking up from the broader perspective. Other thing is only looking at a specific point, limited areas we were considering, right? So this was, now this is the second question. Time is up. I am ending up the poll. So those who have answered on time, this is how you have to manage your time. Okay, please be specific to the time part. So I'm just sharing the result. More than 75%, I think approximately 80% people have answered C, and 10% and 11% A and D. Only few for option B. So if you know the steps, we know how we have to do. First of all, we need to understand our compliance categories, isn't it? So that we can always have a comprehensive solution for them. So exam tip is, you have to look at a broader perspective. As a project manager, you have to be decision maker. As a project manager, you have to always take the proactive step, preventing the situation, root cause analysis. All that is what is the first thing you would be doing it. Yes. So with that, we have completed our topic for compliances also, and the completion of our first chapter as well. So congratulations on achieving our first milestone of this PMP cohort program. Let's first do a quick poll, because last time we discussed about our break, no? So we'll be going with majority now, because last time we have experienced both two breaks and one break. So this time we will be going with our poll. Yes, Binal, that is what I mentioned. Exam questions also would be tricky. They are not going to be simple or direct answers, right? So that is how you have to compare, and you have to think, hey, what is going to be a broader perspective, right? Or what would be a better solution, whether C or D? That is how you have to. So this is how you will be developing this mindset once you will be doing lot many questions with our sessions. Yes, unlearn and relearn. That is again Very, very important. You don't have to use your experience. So did everybody polled so that I can show you the result of this poll? Yeah. So this is the result of the poll. People are going for 2 short breaks. Vasant was not able to see the poll. How come so many people have participated? So Vasant, you tell me, you wanted to have go with a 2 short break or one big break? I'll add it in the result. Though it is a very major difference. Oh, 1% has even given. Whatever Vasant says, it is final. 2 short break. Okay, so Vasant has also gone with the majority. So team, I think then we'll go with the majority. 72% people have opted for 2 short breaks. So I'll respect that. And we have reached our break time. And after this break, we are going to begin with our second chapter. That is very, very interesting one. That is talking about our initiation process. How do we begin the project? Because right now we have not yet got our charter and the other thing. We know that we have our need assessment done and we have our business case with us. Business case is approved. Now how do we start the things? What all responsibilities as a project manager? That is what we will begin with our second chapter after this break of 10 minutes. So take a breather, get some snacks, get some energy, and prepare for our next topic. And in the meantime, if somebody who, okay, let's take a break. We'll do the question and answer in the end only. Hi, welcome back. I hope all of you have come after your break and joined the session. Yeah, thank you for the confirmation. So let's start with our second chapter, that is about the starting the project. So as you know that once we are going to start our project, there are couple of things that we have to think, that we have to understand. So as per our PMI, we know that once our business case is approved, now this organization or the sponsor would be identifying, already the project manager is there in the project charter. So we know that approved business case would be handed over to the project manager. So now we feel that our project manager has been identified. Now they will ask you to start working on the project charter, because project charter is the first foundational document that we always have to have, which says that project is now into existence. So we will talk about that what all are the content and how do we have to prepare, what all those guidelines we have to keep it in mind. Because as per PMI, there would be very rare chances that sponsor will prepare this project charter and give it to you, but mostly it is the project manager who prepares it. So that is what it is your responsibility to develop this charter. And along with this charter preparation, we can do some activities in parallel. That is what we called as stakeholder identification, because stakeholder identification should start from the beginning, and we know that some of those key stakeholders already we have with us in the form of when we developed our business case and benefit management plan, isn't it? So that has the list of all the benefit owners. So whoever is the benefit owner, they are also the stakeholders. So but as a project manager, you would always do this task along with this charter preparation, and we can have our initial formation of the team. Now this team is your core team, not your execution team we are talking about. So the team who is going to support us in our project activities, and then how you are going to have the shared understanding about the project objective, about the success measures. That is what about the roles and responsibilities of the team. So this is how we are trying to gain that buy-in or that support from our stakeholders and the team from the beginning itself. And lastly, you are going to determine the project development approach. So based on our project objectives and the other things, once we have the stakeholders also, now we would be able to understand whether we should prefer to go with predictive, adaptive, or the hybrid. So we'll talk about those things as well. How do we decide which approach we should prefer? So that is what this particular chapter will talk about. And here we are going to always consider certain things along with our charter preparation. That is what we are going to start with: identification and engaging the stakeholders. Who all are the stakeholders according to you? Yes, Mohammed, we will talk about that. Sponsor, anybody who is profiting with the project, finance team, vendor, client, team members, project sponsor, how will impact, who will impact project, finance team, right? Because we know the hardest part of the project is dealing with the people, isn't it? Because people are sometimes demanding, people are sometimes rude, peoples are sometimes going to shift their priorities also. So they may exhibit too much of bad behavior, but at the same time, you will have people who are good as well. They are supporting you also. They are wonderful, they are caring, they are kind, isn't it? So we have to know that whether it is predictive, whether it is adaptive, working with the people would be always challenging for the project manager. But we know people are people, regardless of whatever project you are doing with. So stakeholders are anyone or any group who may affect or who might be affected by the project outcome. That is what is the stakeholders. Because mostly earlier people just consider the people who were having the stake, isn't it? But right now in the project management, stakeholders are the individuals, group, or the organization that may affect or be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by the decision, activity, or outcome of a project, program, or the portfolio. That is what we called as the stakeholders. So stakeholders could be internal, external, isn't it? Your government agencies, all those we know, the partners, end users, they are all examples of your stakeholders. So we know that we have to first look for those people or those group who might be impacted or who might be influenced by the project objective or who may be impacting our project goal. So we are now going to dive deeper into all these concepts, but as a project manager, you are going to update and prepare your stakeholder register. This is a very important register, very important document, and as per the PMI, it is always advised a project manager should always carry his stakeholder register and the risk register. That is what we have to keep on updating. Okay, so stakeholder register, will talk about that what should go into this, what is the format, because almost everybody of this group might be having your own documentation for stakeholders, isn't it? Do you people prepare it? Especially in the predictive, you have your own formats, own templates for stakeholder register, right? So this is what, like, you are documenting all their stakeholders information, their assessment, what kind of skills those stakeholders have, what kind of authority they have in the decision making, what influence they will be doing for the project objective, what is their impact level. All that thing we have to assess and document. Risk register is separate and stakeholder register is separate. We'll talk about that. Stakeholder register is just going to help us to get to know more about our stakeholders. That is what we are going to update stakeholders information in that. We'll see what all that information should go. Then we are going to have our strategies for satisfying or for developing that kind of a relationship with our stakeholders so that we all are living happily together for this project. So stakeholder engagement plan will outline all those strategies, that how you are going to engage your stakeholders as per your requirement. So this is how we'll see, and how the communication has to happen during the project. Stakeholders can be updated throughout the project, because stakeholder identification is a kind of an ongoing activity, isn't it? Might be in the initial stage you have some of the stakeholders with you, sponsor, project manager, your team, your other vendors, like that is what you have identified. But might be once we started going for our planning, not during planning of our project, let's say it is an office building construction, you are doing it. So once we started planning, at the time of the planning, we now got to know, hey, we need to have all those IoTs, all those kinds of sensors, all those virtual reality, all those things. So we know that now we need to have some new stakeholders who are going to take like responsibilities for all those AI built techniques. So new stakeholders would be there. Or we identified that we have to outsource some of the work because we don't have the required skill. That is again a new stakeholder. Might be you would have some new stakeholders during execution also, isn't it? We'll see stakeholders identification is an ongoing activity, but we always try to identify them from the very initial stage, so that we are not having some kind of a surprises at the later. And the stakeholders influence also may change. Initially might be the stakeholders are supportive, or they are resistant, they are having some concern, they are having a negative influence. But maybe with your interpersonal skills, maybe with your kind of a strategies, you could address their concern, you could now build up a kind of a support from those stakeholders. That is how it would be updated. So stakeholder engagement plan, communication management plan, we will talk about all of them in detail. And how do we use this stakeholder engagement assessment matrix for the stakeholder assessment, and what are those assessment grids, models, matrix that we use for stakeholder mapping, stakeholder assessment. So we are going to look into one by one. So first step is identification of the stakeholder. So when we do initiation, there are two tasks, especially in the predictive project. That is what is the identification of the stakeholder and project charter preparation. These two tasks we do during initiation phase. All the formats are there, Swati. Okay, every format I have uploaded in the template. Okay, so don't worry about that. And there is a dedicated website of this PMI only subsidiary website, projectmanagement.com. Lot of templates are available. Now as we know, stakeholders identification should start from the beginning, very initial level of the project. So right now in the initial level, we just have a business case and benefit management plan with us. So considering that document, we are going to identify some of these stakeholders, isn't it? Because that is what I just mentioned. All those benefit owners are definitely our stakeholders. So this is how we are going to update it in our stakeholder register. But later on, as we are going to move further in our project, in the execution part, in the planning part, then we would be using all these impediment log, issue log, change log, requirement documentation to know about some new stakeholders, or at least to get to know about those stakeholders perceptions also. So it is not only that you are going to identify those stakeholders, but you have to have assessment on these five I's. So these five I talk about the stakeholders' interest. Do they really care about the project outcome? What is their involvement? Are they going to be directly involved in your project activities or not? That direct involvement would be there. It would be very periodical involvement would be there. What kind of interdependencies are there? Is there any connection between these stakeholders and the other stakeholders of our other project areas, whether they are going to have how much power they have, so that they will change the direction of the project, isn't it? So that is what we want to understand, their influence. Then you have to know about the impact, potential impact on the project success. The project stakeholders, can their support or will their resistance will impact our project decision, project success or not? That is how we have to assess, and it is important. Based on that, we are going to define our strategies. If you know that there is a very important stakeholder whose involvement is required, and he has to support us for driving this project success, and he is not supporting, he is having some resistance, he is showing his resistance, so how you have to address it? That is how we are going to have our strategies. We'll talk about that also. So this is what is an important to note: identifying and engaging stakeholders early, so that we are avoiding any kind of surprises later in the project. I'm pretty much sure at least some of you would have experienced a kind of a situation where you know that you have started your project and might be in the mid, all of sudden a kind of a person who is just coming to you and showing his concern about his requirements. Hey, what about these things? Where are these? Isn't it? Anybody? Or a kind of a stakeholder has just jumped in and you have to stop your project for a while. Your project has got delayed because of that, isn't it? That is what we know, isn't it? The best example, if I share you from India, that Tata Nano project. The other countries people also would be aware about this Tata Nano project. That was a dream project of this Ratan Tata for the affordable car for all the people in India. So it was supposed to be started in the West Bengal, but because the political parties, people started agitations, their protest, so that project was shifted to Gujarat, isn't it? Because the group hadn't considered the people and the political parties as their stakeholders. Otherwise, they could have found some strategies for their resistance, isn't it? That is what, like, even in many cases, in our my experience also, when we assisted in this Lucknow metro project, we had faced this issue. Yes, that is what we know, that stakeholder influence would be there, and that stakeholder influence has to be managed by the project manager. That how much involvement you want of that stakeholder in your project, that is what we have to assess. According to their appropriate level, we are going to engage them. This is how we have to define our strategies. Okay, so we always capture the information about the stakeholders in our stakeholder register. So stakeholder register is again going to have all those information about the stakeholders. So we'll just talk about how what all those informations are there. This is an example of a stakeholder register of our shop lifestyle center case study. So we know that we have a stakeholder, Loy, who is the CEO, but for this project, his role is sponsor and it is internal stakeholder. What are the requirements of this stakeholder? What are the expectations of this stakeholder? So that is how we are going to capture the information, and we'll keep on updating this information in our stakeholder register. Right? So we know that once we are trying to capture about those stakeholders' perception, we are going to assess their stakeholders. So that is how we have to start with some data gathering techniques. Now, these data gathering techniques means it is just somehow we are trying to find more about those stakeholders. So right now we have, let's say, identified few stakeholders. Maybe we have our departmental heads are there, isn't it? We have our CEO, all those stakeholders are there, the customer. Now, what we are trying to do is we want to know more about them, what they are expecting, what their expectations are, what their requirements are, what their attitude would be. So, you can always do the brainstorming with your team. So, might be some of the team member must have worked with some of those stakeholders in their other projects. We can do that, or you may use these questionnaires and survey forms to know about those stakeholders once it is a very big group or a large audience from whom you want to collect it, isn't it? So that is how we can send a survey to all the identified stakeholders, maybe your developers, your designers, your architects. So you are trying to understand their concern or understanding their expectations. Then we have this stakeholder analysis. This is nothing but here we are just trying to examine their interest, their rights, their ownership, their knowledge, their contributions. That is what we have to now understand. So, this is what we are trying to get to know more about those people so that we can have the appropriate strategies for engaging them in our project. So, after we collect the data, we have the data analysis and then the representation. This kind of a flow you will find in other processes as well. When we'll talk about our quality, we'll talk about our risk, there also we would be doing it. Collect data, analyze, and represent, reporting. So instead of using this, let's do one small exercise. Now tell me, if you want to construct a project, this is another template which I have shared it on the drive, that you can, blank template is there where we can make use of it. If you want to construct a office building or any construction project, who would be the stakeholders? Who could be the stakeholders for this project? Engagement team, all right. Investors, office staff, yeah, procurement, government authorities, employees, facilities team, landowner, communities, architect, very much laborers, buyers, government. Yeah, approvals will be done by the government only. Residents nearby, right? So this is what you people have given. No, now we know that we have got our some of these stakeholders identified. Right, so that is what, like, I have added it here. Director of the company, CEO of the company, CFO of the company. We have all of them. So now what we do, this is some of the identified list that we have in our stakeholders. Now we have to assess those stakeholders, that what is their power, what is their decision making power, isn't it? So we know that definitely some of the stakeholders would be having high decision making power. Some of stakeholders will have a low decision making power, isn't it? Like your construction workers, interior designers, they are not having any kind of a high decision making authority. So what we do, we try to assess and we are going to classify them, who is having the high authority or who would be having the low power on the project. Stakeholders, as we know, this register is a dynamic. This is a live document, isn't it? This document will keep on updating. So this is what is a kind of your artifact or a document that we do define. This is what you are trying to know more about the stakeholders, whether they are internal or they are external. What is their knowledge level, so that we know that if some of the stakeholders are having a good knowledge related to quality or their legal matters or risk management professionals are there, we can always assign them that kind of a role. Hey, don't you find that when we say par and this is their interest, okay, their interest or their impact on the project outcome, that is what we are trying to understand. Impact, it's not the that was my bad. So par or influence is same, and interest or impact. So now we know that maybe project manager is having a positive attitude, who is having negative, who is having neutral. That is what we are trying to know. So once we have got this register done, this is another example for our ERP project. So we have some identified stakeholders for an IT project also. So I just given you these two examples, that we know our stakeholders, we understand their authority in that. Now what we do, we just create a map. So when we are representing them, that is what we called as a 2D grid. So this 2D grid talks about power and their interest or impact. So this is what is low, high. Low power, high power. So what we do, we just have 4 quadrant. This is what we are doing, this power, interest or influence, impact, 2 dimension grid. So we are assessing the stakeholders on 2 dimensions, that is the power and the interest. So now we have got, this is low power as well as low interest grid. This is where we have low power but high interest or impact. This quadrant is high power but low interest. This is high power, high interest. So what we do, now we are going to put all our stakeholders here. So who is coming under this high power, high interest? That is the project manager. We have our architect, we have our civil engineer, we have our high local government, investors, environmental, utility companies. So this is how we do that. Now high power and low interest, that is where we are going to put them. So we know that we have some of those people who would be falling under this, right? So now we are going to use this particular grid and we will represent those stakeholders under this grid. Low power, high interest, interior designers, structural engineers, all this is how we are going to provide under low power and high suppliers. This is how we know that. So what is the purpose of doing this? So that we can understand how we are going to have our strategies for engaging them. So what we do, just keep one word, miscellaneous. The short form of miscellaneous is how we write, no, MISCL, miscellaneous. So remember, because this 2D grid is important from this exam point of view. So usually high power, low interest. See, maybe the government authority who are going to give us the approvals, the municipal corporations. Our office we are constructing, so they are just going to give us the approvals, no, regulatory boards, isn't it, your pollution control board. So they have the power is there because they are going to give the approvals, but their interest would not be high for your project, isn't it, Dinesh? Now we know that there would be few people who are not having the authority also, and they will not even have the interest also. This is what we have, the kind of a distant residence. Might be the nearby residents, your the next neighborhood would be having the low power, but he will be having the impact on the project. But what if we have a kind of a media person? Again, they are not going to have any kind of a power or the interest level until and unless you are doing something kind of a thing that is going to create a news for them. So this is how we are going to classify the stakeholders under these categories. Now might be, suppose with your office building they find that something is coming up with the kind of some new innovative technology you are using, that would be a kind of a good news. So might be those media person can shift to your second grid also. That is what we are going to monitor this, because it is not going to be always, as I told you, a static. This may change sometimes, isn't it? So what we are trying to do, the stakeholders who are not having any authority as well as the interest, that is the low power, low interest, you need not have to worry about these stakeholders. They are the least considerable. You just have to watch them, just monitor them. That is what M stands for in this miscellaneous word. M stands for monitor, I stands for keep informed, S stands for keep satisfied, and CL stands for work closely with them. So the stakeholders who are going to fall under this category, they are the key players, isn't it? The sponsors, the project manager, your architect, the customers. That is what is the high power, high interest. So you have to work very closely with these stakeholders because they are going to make the strategic decision about our project, and their decision can sometimes stop our project also, isn't it? CL I mentioned, no, closely, work closely. So we have to work very closely with these set of people. You have to involve them in all the decision making. That is what we have to always communicate with them more oftenly, so that we are going to always keep them engaged. And the people who are having the low power but they are highly interested by this project objective, that is what you have to keep them informed about the project work, about the project information, all those status to your team members who is working on this particular project, isn't it? So we are going to always, based on their interest level, you are going to involve them. You are going to inform them all those regular updates, status meetings, everything that we do with our teamwork. And the stakeholders having the high power and low interest, that is what keep them satisfied. That is what, because we need not have to connect with them too often. It is just the authorities are asking you for some approvals or some of the other updates. That is how you are going to keep them informed about those things. So this is what like is our strategy should be: monitor, keep informed, and might be for sure there would be one question in a scenario based, that you are working with a kind of a thing. No, 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 this is not at all a RACI matrix, Purushottam. RACI will talk about. RACI is basically for the team. We just define our responsibility assignment matrix for the team. Stakeholder mapping is done for all the stakeholders. So you are either making it in a groups, because in most of the construction project we will have plenty of stakeholders, so we can always have the group: quality team, legal team, compliance team, isn't it, design team. That is how we identify and we do this kind of a 2D mapping. So thus, once we identify the stakeholder, you are trying to know more about those stakeholders. You will update about their other things also, so that we can try to have the engagement with those stakeholders according to our project need. We know that we have a stakeholder who is very good on risk management. So once we know that for our risk planning, we can always assign him those work. That is how we'll keep them engaged throughout our project. So this is one way of assessment. And then PMI has suggested some other three-dimensional grid also. This three-dimensional grid is known as the stakeholder cube. Now 3D grid is not always a kind of a preferred one. Okay, so we know about the stakeholders, power, interest, influence, so that we can update them in our stakeholder register. This is what 2D grid we just have seen, that we are just going to map the stakeholders based on their power interest or the power influence or the impact influence, so that we are now going to classify them. Monitor, keep informed, satisfied, manage closely. Now this cube is nothing but, here we are just having the three-dimensional grid. So based on this power interest, we do consider the attitude, the negative attitude or the positive attitude. So might be you have a stakeholder who is having high interest, high power also, but negative attitude. High interest, high power, positive attitude. So that is what we do have to have a separate queue for separate stakeholders. So this is not a preferred one for our project management. So you are just trying to assess the stakeholders on three dimensions, that is the power, interest, and the attitude. And you are now going to put them. Who is having the high power, high interest, but negative attitude? So might be they will be blocking you in certain cases. The people who have a high interest, high power, positive attitude, they would be always the leaders, champions for your project, isn't it? So this is how we are trying to find out who would be supporter, who would be blocker for our project. That is what is a 3D model. Then you also have to assess the direction of influence. What does this direction of influence means? It is basically we are now trying to understand that as a project manager, from where you would be getting influenced, how your directions would, your decisions would be influenced. So you know that always you have a top management who would be influencing your decision. That is what we call them as an upward. And as a project manager or as a project management team, you know that there would be the direction of influence downwards, where you are going to influence the decision making of the subordinates, your team workers, isn't it? That is what is your downwards, the people who are below your hierarchy. There would be a direction of influence outwards, isn't it? The vendors, the government authorities, that is what is the outward. Sideward is your peer members, the other project managers, resource managers, procurement managers, isn't it? That is what we know, that there would be always you have your peer members with whom you will be having some influence for your decision making. So that is what we are trying to understand. And then we do have one model which we called as a salience model. Now this is another way for your stakeholder assessment. Upward. Hey Shilpa, upward influence means when we talk about the influence of decision. So you know that as a project manager, your decisions would be influenced from upward direction, isn't it? You know that you have your program manager, you have your CEO, isn't it? So there would be an influence from your program manager, portfolio manager who is above you, who is on the top hierarchy, top on the hierarchy, isn't it? That is what we know, senior management. That is always upward. Downward means the people who are, as a PM, you have an influence from top. There would be sidewards. There would be the people who are working under you. And there would be some external stakeholders also who would be influencing your decisions, isn't it? The government authorities, your other legal bodies, regulatory bodies. That is what is the outward. Yeah, Shilpa, got it now? Now, salience model, when we use, it is nothing but we are trying to assess the stakeholder. Again, same the power that we used in our 2D, that what is the ability to influence the project, that is the level of authority. Then we do have a legitimacy. The stakeholders' involvement is appropriate or authorized or not. Joshua, under which domain is the discussion we are doing it? We are talking about identifying stakeholder. Yeah, that is the second chapter we are talking about. So once project manager is identified, we know that you have your business case with you. Now you are preparing the project charter. So along with this project charter, you also have to start some activities parallelly. That is this stakeholder identification and their engagement and team formation. So we are now looking for first part, that is the stakeholder identification. We will be also looking for our finalization of the project charter. We'll also look for our team formation, right? So we are working on the second chapter and we are talking about our stakeholder engagement topic from our exam content outline. Plus, we will be talking about our collaboration also. This is the coverage we are going to do. So first, let's complete the topic. I'll tell you what all coverage we have done. Yes, Joshua? So we are going to cover all those topics that as a project manager is your responsibility in your starting of the project. Most of the time, once you prepare your project charter, finalize it, you start identification of the stakeholder. But according to PMI, they recommend that these are some of the things that we can do in parallel to our charter finalization. Okay, are you people on this with me? Is it clear? No, what we are doing it, isn't it? So we know that when we are using the salience model, so salience model is just where we are going to focus on all the stakeholders' expectations. So we know that there would be some stakeholders who are having some kind of an expectation which requires the immediate attention. That is what is the urgency. So on these three attributes, we are assessing the stakeholders. So the stakeholders who are going to have an high power, urgency as well as legitimacy, that is what is the high salience. They are the key players, most important stakeholders. Stakeholders who have a power and urgency, legitimacy and urgency, legitimacy and power, they are of moderate salience. The stakeholders who have two characteristics, medium salience, and who just have a only low power, low urgency, low legitimacy, they are going to be low salience for us. This is what is another way, but you will not get any questions from this model. Okay. Legitimacy means what is the appropriateness of their involvement in the project, isn't it? So might be you know that there are few stakeholders who would be highly involved in the project, isn't it? Like you know that product owner, you have your sponsor, you have your customer, isn't it? They are going to have a high legitimacy, but there would be few stakeholders who would have a low legitimacy, isn't it? Their involvement might not be that much required, isn't it? That is what you are trying to understand. Most commonly, it is just salience is what, like we are using our 2D grid, isn't it? The power influence, that is what we are using it. But sometimes you feel that there is a kind of a lot of changes, and there are some of the stakeholders who are becoming very influential or a kind of a similar one. Then we may have the assessment on the other categories also. What is the, see, legitimacy means how much involvement of those stakeholders is there going to be in your project? What would be the level of their involvement in the project? So now tell me, if you feel that if you are working on your ERP project, or you talk about this particular project, now the media persons, the distant residents of our premises, don't you feel they don't have a legitimacy? They need not, they are not going to be involved in our projects also, isn't it, Nisha? If you're constructing a house, you know that might be the next neighbor would be having a concern, isn't it? Because all those noise, all those ashes might be causing a trouble for him. But what about very far residents? They are not going to be having a legitimacy, isn't it? That is what we are trying to. What is their level of involvement with the project work we are trying to assess? If it is a kind of a healthcare app, so we know that okay, there would be some stakeholders, isn't it? So that is how we are trying, for any project we are trying to assess them. So always keep one thing in mind when you are trying to know the stakeholders perception, it has to be holistically understood, isn't it? That is very, very important because, as we know, the stakeholders' perception, as I told you in the beginning, there are some of the stakeholders who would be highly demanding, who would be very, very rude to you, who would have lot of concern, isn't it? That is what we need to always understand from the beginning so that we can have a proper approach for satisfying them. This is what we should be doing it, because sometimes they may be damaging to a project because of their concern, because of their resistance, because of their negative approach, isn't it? So this is how we have to capture. So what you can do to understand the stakeholders perception, so there are some tools, and to capture their perceptions and feedback, all your leadership skills, isn't it, power skills, that will play a very important role. Emotional intelligence, expert judgment, active listening, these are all the guidelines that is going to help you to satisfy your stakeholders, isn't it? How you are going to keep them engaged as per your expectations. So whenever you want to understand about the expectations, or you want to get the feedback from your key stakeholders, we know that you cannot just call them for a kind of a general meetings. You go and have one-on-one interviews with your sponsors, with your C-suites, isn't it? That is what you will be going prepared with your all set of questions, and you ask them, and you will be documenting them. What are their feedback? What are their perception? What are their expectations from this project? So this is what like you are going to do, so that you are going to explain them about this project of it, the other things. And when it comes to the all other stakeholders, means it's all about our team or the peer members. So we always do the regular communication, isn't it? The daily meetings, weekly meetings, monthly meetings. So that is how we are taking the feedback and we are getting to know about our project things. But when we have to collect the feedback or expectations from a large group, so we always prefer the questionnaires and surveys. That is a good option for us, isn't it? So we can always send out this survey forms and we can get to know about the data, and we can analyze that particular data also. And then we can use even the digital media nowadays for knowing the feedback and the perception of the people. We can always do some kind of a online or a in-person sessions also, seminars, meetings. That is what we are doing it for, knowing from a large group of people. Then after you have got to know their perceptions and the feedback, so what we know, we have now our stakeholder identified, and we have also assessed some kind of information we have got to know from those stakeholders, isn't it? That okay, this stakeholder is having some concern, because some of the stakeholders might be having some concern, they may be having some kind of a fear. Maybe you know that you are coming up with a new ERP, or you are coming up with a new attendance monitoring system, or some new payroll system. So might be some of our HR team member will have a concern, hey, maybe I'll lose my job. That is what his concern. Maybe some of the stakeholders are worried about the confidentiality of the data. So they may have some kind of a concern. That is what you are now have, you have captured all their perceptions. You have got to know about their things also. Based on that, you have to prepare a stakeholder engagement plan. Stakeholder engagement plan is nothing but, here we are trying to outline our strategies for stakeholder engagement. So how do we engage the stakeholders? Either you engage them in the decision making, or you engage them in some of your project execution. So stakeholder engagement plan will talk about, because when we say predictive project, We know that in the predictive project, everything has to be planned upfront. So we have to have a proper project management plan which is going to guide us how we have to follow. So similarly, how we are going to keep our stakeholder engagement satisfied. There has to be some strategies that will go into this plan. So it is nothing but the component of the project management plan which identify the strategies and the action required to promote productive involvement of the stakeholders in project or in program decision making and execution. So this is what we are trying to capture. What are their expectations and how we have to engage them. Just now for our PMP project, I am a stakeholder, you are also a stakeholder, isn't it? Learner Success Manager is also a stakeholder. Our design team, our marketing team, isn't it? These all PMI is also a stakeholder who would be approving your application, isn't it? That is an external. Now I know that we have to have a strategy for your, as per your expectation, that we have to conduct at least 8 hours of sessions, live classes for you on weekend, isn't it? That is what we have a strategy, that we have to do this kind of a meeting. So for certain stakeholders, you know, that we have assessed them. Now this stakeholder should be communicated, should be uh, collaborated, maybe via face to face meeting, or maybe at least on the video conferencing, or I have to connect with him at least daily or weekly, so that I would be able to help him in engaging him properly, so that he doesn't, his concern is not there and his expectations are satisfied. So the main focus of the stakeholder engagement plan is how we can focus on building the relationship with the stakeholders and how we can ensure their active participation in the project. Please do remember and make a note, these two plans are very very important, because you will expect sometimes the questions in your exam in a kind of a scenario, what project manager should look into first, either because they are very very closely related. So what are the difference between two? I am just explaining you. Stakeholder engagement plan is going to outline the strategies for engagement of the stakeholders. So main focus is on building the healthy relationship with our stakeholders, so that we are ensuring their active participation throughout the project. Communication management plan is also, this stakeholder engagement plan is going to guide this plan, that how we are going to do that communication, who will be responsible, how frequently we have to do that communication, what method you are going to use, isn't it? Now to do this kind of a 4 hours of session, we know that we have to engage our learners by Zoom meeting, isn't it? So that is what the communication management plan is just going to outline, what to communicate and who is the receiver, who would be the sender, who is responsible to do that communication, how we have to send an email, frequency, whether daily, weekly, monthly. So we know that we have a stakeholder, maybe our quality team. We have a stakeholder sponsor. We know that what we have to do, we have to do a face to face meeting. No, 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 they are two separate plans. Please, they are not, they are two separate component, but they will fall under your project management plan. So when we say project management plan means, we have to look for different aspect of our project: stakeholder, communication, scope, budget, risk, quality, resources, isn't it? You have to look for your procurement. That is what various aspects we are looking for. So we have to have our strategies for each aspect. That is what we'll discuss. So stakeholder engagement plan is only going to focus on the strategies for building those relationships with the stakeholders. So this is only aiming at creating a collaborative and supportive environment for the stakeholders, because we know that we have to value their contribution towards the project success. Communication management plan is just going to focus on the methods, what method we have to do. So mainly this is going to ensure that right communication should go to the right people at the right time. So this is the plan we would be following throughout the project, so that we are ensuring our information flow of the project in a right manner. Okay, so that is what, just remember, because they are very, very closely related. So based on our stakeholder engagement plan, we know that this is how we have to engage the stakeholders. So we have to have a communication plan, that how we would be engaging with that, what should be the frequency, who would be doing that. It is not that for all those things, as a project manager, you would be doing that. You have to even delegate some of that responsibility to your other people also. So communication management plan will describe how, when, and by whom information about the project would be administered and disseminated. The difference between two is clear, team. Are you all clear on these two plans? Yes, because for sure you will have a question based on the understanding of these two plans. Just keep it in mind, okay? Now, how do we know that what method we should use, how frequently we should go with that? So always it is better to know the communication requirement analysis. See, please keep it in mind, all these plans are only for our predictive and hybrid. We don't use so many documentation in the agile, isn't it? There we just work in a real time way. People and interactions is what we follow. So just to know about the how often and what method we should choose, we need to know the communication requirement. So it is always better to ask the stakeholders directly. We will be doing the questions, Jyoti, after this topic completion, okay? As I am sharing, I think questions related to every topic, so we would be doing the questions on every topic, right? So this is no more be a kind of a thing for you. For every topic, at least I am going to share you the questions, okay? And separately, I have shared a dedicated 30-35 questions on stakeholders on the drive as well. So we always try to ask our stakeholders directly about their communication needs, about their requirement, who needs daily updates, who needs weekly, who needs monthly, who needs bi-weekly. So by doing so, by asking the stakeholders directly, we can always have a clear articulation of their communication needs, so that we can always have our effective choices about our frequencies, models, and the technologies. So this is what is the output of this process would be a grid. Who needs daily update? Isn't it? We have all the stakeholders. Who needs daily update? The frequency. This is daily. This is maybe bi-weekly. This is maybe bi-weekly. So that is how we prepare. Then what method? Zoom meeting, or Slack, or email, or face to face meeting. Because sometimes you will find, no, people will say, hey, I don't check my mail. They're still in India. We do have many stakeholders, because that is what we have experienced working with this government people. They'll say, hey, no, Ranjita, don't send us a mail. You just come and brief us for just 10 minutes. That will be fine. We don't have a habit to look into those mails. That is what you have to understand, and based on that we have to define our communication plan. So how do we define? So there are several communication methods and technologies, isn't it? So if we know that when we are doing in our project, so we use our communication via face to face meetings or video conferencing or through a phone call, we make use of our electronic media, isn't it? We do make use of our Slack, we have our chats, even with the hangouts, social media, your emails, fax, though it is, I think, very few organizations are still using, but we do have this also as a method. Then even our body language whiteboard, that also does the communication. Now anything which is left from this slide, you feel that we do have other communication methods also that you people use in your organization? Is there any other communication method you found which is missing? WhatsApp post, no, social media, I think that is covering all that social media post. SMS is there, no, text messaging via phone or via any other platform we are using it. So now we know that when we do the communication, so in our projects also, there are different dimensions. You do sometimes formal, you are doing sometimes informal communication also. We do have postal sensitive documentations. Okay, so that is what I think you are saying, the postal services. That is not may, that is what it is not. Postal services is not mentioned. Okay, that is what again. Now we do have sometimes the communication done in a written way and verbal. So we do communicate in our project via formal written, formal, informal written. We do have formal verbal, informal verbal. Now tell me what communication we do via formal written, what should be done in a formal written in the project, what all communication should be done. No, I'm talking about what type of communication should be done when you are preparing your agreements, contracts. That should be always formal written. Yeah. When you are doing some kind of a root cause analysis of your important thing, yeah, reports, status reports, all those things you should always prefer the plan that you prepare for your project. Yeah. That should be always formal written. And when we go for formal verbal communication, presentations to committee or presentations to your sponsors, when we do conduct our daily meetings, isn't it, all those stand up other meetings, that is also a formal verbal meeting. Charter also has to be formal written, that is also is a kind of an agreement, right? Now informal, this formal verbal is what will we do the presentations, meetings, that is what we are doing it. Now informal verbal, are we doing informal verbal communication also in our project? Project charter has to be formal written every. So what could be those informal verbal meetings or informal verbal communication? Yes, sometimes we, isn't it? We are just doing some kind of a chit chats, yeah? Some kind of a discussion happens at the cup of a coffee. We are just spending some time outside the organization, outside our office, and we do discuss about the projects also. Criticism. I'm talking about the project related communication. Okay, that will not be a part of Abhishek. Okay, so jokes apart, but again, uh, that is if something is there with your conflict handling, but again, we know that we are just doing in a kind of an informal way. Yeah. Then we do have informal written communication. Informal written is, group chat is forming under informal verbal. Yeah, group chat, informal verbal. Slack. Then we have our WhatsApp, isn't it? All that would be your teams. That would be coming under informal written communication. So this is how we know that there are several communication methods and technology we use. So we do have the three categories that will capture all the three. Office teams would be, yeah, informal written communication. Okay, that would be coming under informal written. We know that now we have all those communication classified under three categories: push, interactive, and pull communication. So what does this interactive communication says? Interactive communication all talks about the conversation that happens over the phone or during our physical meeting or our video conferencing, where we expect sender and receiver to give the immediate feedback. That is a two-way communication that happens when we are discussing about our, maybe we are working on our product backlog preparation, or a kind of a discussion planning meeting is happening, or we know that we want to discuss on our team charter preparation, some of the discussion happens over some issue. All that is going to happen with an interactive meetings, status meetings. But there are some communication that happens via push way. Now push way is just a one way flow of communication. How many of you receives the emails from the other departments, isn't it, just as an update? The other projects managers, other departmental heads are also sharing you about some information about their projects. Maybe you are not involved in that, but still you receive some updates, isn't it? You receive so many updates from the your banks also, if they're coming up with some new things. So doesn't they share you an email? Yes or no? Yeah. So maybe we know that there are sometimes where a project manager is just sharing the updates, like your status reports or other important updates about the project, to many people, and we are not expecting the immediate response from them. That is what is the push communication. Yeah, FYI, that is what is a kind of a push communication. So email, or might be through phone call. Now just remember, phone call here is given under push, and speaking on the phone is a interactive. So phone call means it is just a kind of a, what we use in a kind of a podcast. So just you have shared a update over a call and you have not waited for that response. Just a kind of a one way communication, the, yeah, interactive voice note. This is what is a kind of your push communication that happens in our project, because we want that people should be aware of our updates consistently. Third type of communication is the pull. Just consider my drive. Instead of overloading the emails, we know that in our project we have lot of information that our stakeholders or our team would be requiring, like your drawings, like your historical information, your templates, isn't it? So instead of overloading their mail, you just share them on a central location. Maybe your SharePoint, maybe your Google Drive, maybe you have your other resources, isn't it? Cloud storage. That is what we are making use of, a pull communication, where any receiver can pull that information, fetch that information as and when it is required. So once we have uploaded that information at a location, we don't expect the receiver to respond it or to access it immediately. It is just based on their receiver's determination, just like I gave you. Once you know that I want to refer to the task note, or I want to make use of some template, or I want to do some test papers, based on your requirement, based on your, you may determine what you can access. That is a kind of a pull communication that we use. So these are the three communication methods. Now there is one more important thing to know, why we have to have a proper communication management plan, why we are doing it. We know that once you have, let's say, 4 people in your project, so we know how many communication channel could be there for these people to communicate. One can, 1 and 2, between 1 and 3, between 3 and 4, between 2 and 4, 1 and 4 also, 2 and 3 also. So how many channels are there? 6 channels if we have 4 people in our project. What if suppose one more person joins our team? How many more channels will be there now? Just by adding one more person, now we have, sorry, not 9, 7, 8, 9, 10, isn't it? So what if 20 people are there? Imagine. Or what if you have 100 people in your project? How complex would be your communication channel? No, communication can flow from anywhere, isn't it? So how do we calculate this number of channels? It is basically, in the number of people increases, the channels may be exponentially increasing. So there is a formula: number of person multiplied by number of person minus 1 divided by 2. That is your total channels. If you have 10 people, then means the number of channels required would be 10 into 9 divided by 2. That is 45 channels. Now, if we have 100, just imagine the complexity. That is why we have to have an effective communication management plan, so that we authorize how the communication will flow in our project. So please make a note, because I think this is not there in your slide also, given by the PMI. But sometimes you can expect a questions on this number of channels. So make a note of this formula. That is what is the importance of defining the communication plan, so that we are focusing on the right way of doing our communication. So in your exam, sometimes there will be not a kind of a direct question. Okay, I'm just giving you a question, listen to it carefully. You are you are a project manager, and you are managing a team of 6 people and 2 vendors. How many channels would be there in your project? You are a project manager managing team of 6 people and 2 vendors. How many channels would be there? Even I have to calculate it. So many different answers I am getting it. You are the you are the project manager managing 6 people team and 2 vendors. Nine. So what are your answers? I am getting 36, 28. All right. The people who have answered 36 is correct. Why I'll say? Because some of you people have just considered this 8 into 7 by 2, you must have done it, isn't it? But you have missed to consider yourself. That is what in the question sometimes it would be there. Or might be the project was initiated and we had these many people in the execution, 2 stakeholders left, 2 new joined. How many? How come total 9 people are there, and 9 into 8 divided by 2? This is how you would be doing it, no? 36 channels is the correct. Yeah. Now, when we are considering, yeah, Ramanujan, the vendor's performance has to be monitored by the project manager only. We'll discuss in our procurement. See, project manager plus 6 team member plus 2 vendor. We have total 9 people are there, no? 1, 2, 3, 4. So just count. You have to know this 2 will talk, this 2, this 2, this 2. This is how we are doing it. So that is why we have to have a proper communication plan. That is what we'll be following. It is not that anybody is doing the communication to anyone. They will not talk, but still, this is what I am telling you. Because if we don't have a plan, there may be a kind of a miscommunication also happen. We need to understand because communication gap can be there from anywhere. That is why we are looking into these number of channels, that is possible channels that will happen. Now how can you ensure that these two vendor will not talk? Because there are people involved, might be there is a chance, isn't it? So this is what we are just trying to understand. What could be the possibility of the communication channel based on our people? Now, how do you decide your communication method that we need to prefer? So, for that, these are some of the considerations that we have to understand the urgency of the need for information, isn't it? If you know that the stakeholders needs to be quickly updated about that information, so always we have to understand because sometimes there would be some urgent matters, some less urgent matter. Based on that, you have to decide your communication method. Number of people involved into number of people involved minus 1 divided by 2. That is how we calculate the number of channels. You have two team of 6 members each, and you are the project manager. So that means 12 plus 1, 13 people are there. So 13 into 12 divided by 2 would be your total number of channels possible who would be doing the communication. So we have to have a proper plan who does what in our project. Okay, that is what we are going to define in our communication management plan, so that we don't have any miscommunication and there has to be a proper communication, right communication goes. So decide based on the urgency. You need to also check the availability and the reliability of the technology that you are using, because if you have used a kind of a platform for your communication, whether the stakeholder is having the availability of that platform or not. Shilpa, channel is I am communicating to you via this video conferencing. This is the channel through which I am communicating. Whenever communication happens between two people, you are just communicating through some channel, no? Isn't it? Maybe through phone or maybe it's a direct communication. That is what we are talking about. How communication flows. So we have to understand about the easiness of that tool, how user friendly that tool is, isn't it? You don't use any complicated or unfamiliar platform for communication with your stakeholders. You also have to check the language and the formality based on your project environment, isn't it? Now, the people, we know that if you have your client from US or UK or Canada, isn't it? Or maybe in India, you have some government. So we need to understand the level of formality, because we nowadays in our office communication, don't you find that we do use sometimes very semi formal tone of communication in even in the emails, isn't it? I have found in my organization also, but in my previous organization we were following a very formal way of communication. But in certain organizations, that is what, once you are doing the communication with any government agencies, or maybe that the stakeholder is from US or some other country. We need to understand that language and the formality, so that we have to make sure we are not offending someone. Sensitivity and the confidentiality of the information, isn't it? That is also very, very important, because we have to ensure that sensitive data is protected and only authorized people are sharing it. So we do define in our communication management plan who is going to be responsible for sharing this sensitive or this confidential information. You also have to follow the social media protocols if you are using it. The data protection laws and regulations, isn't it? We have to ensure the compliances, accessibility requirement for your stakeholders, those who have some kind of a disabilities in that case. So whatever communication methods you are using, you have to ensure it is all accessible. So once we have, hey, communication, organization, process, assets. In the first chapter in organizational influence, we discussed the standards, the processes, the policies, isn't it? OPA stands for your processes, policies, procedures. Every organization have it. So once you have identified your stakeholders and how you are going to engage your stakeholders, so we are now going to put it together. So involve each project stakeholders based on their needs, based on their expectations, their interest and their impact. And based on that, you have to enable the appropriate engagement strategies to engage them. And we have to create and maintain the relationship between the project team and the stakeholders. Madam, the security level clearance comes in stakeholders register or project plan. Praveen, it will come under your project management plan, isn't it? Here, the stakeholder engagement plan will only address our strategies to engage the stakeholders, isn't it? How we are going to have the healthy relationship, satisfying relationship with those stakeholders, isn't it? You know that we have our stakeholders with us. We have assessed them. Now we know that we have a project where we are coming up with a new automated system for our inventory or for our attendance. Now you know that we have our stakeholders, isn't it? Stakeholder 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. We identified that we have a stakeholder 1 who is having some resistance. He is not happy with this project. So why he is resistant? So it is not that you are just going to ignore him, you are just going to alienate him. You have to understand his concern. That is what, when we are assessing the perception, you need to know that this stakeholder is having high authority and he is resistant. Will you be able to complete your project successfully if a powerful stakeholder is resistant? Is it possible? A highly influential stakeholder, isn't it? That is what we know, he is a resistant. So why he is resistant? What is the fear? Isn't it? So there would be many reasons for his resistance. That is what I gave you. Maybe there are stakeholders who are concerned about the confidentiality of the data. That might be they feel that, hey, this is going to just not safe for us to use this automated tool again. So that is how you are going to address their concern. That is what your strategy should be, because you know that the first stakeholder is currently in the resistant mode, and I know that this stakeholder should support us. That is our desired level. So how you can bring, or how you can uh, get this support, that is where your emotional intelligence, your communication skills, your influencing skills, isn't it, all those power skills comes into picture. So you know that you have to address his concern. Might be his concern is correct also, and it is going to help you in looking for that improvement also. So address his concern, and based on that, you have to bring him in the supportive role. Because if you resolve his concern, if you address his concern, he would gradually started supporting you. That is where you have to have your proper strategies, how frequently you have to communicate with them, who you have to ask, who should be responsible to do that, isn't it? This is what you are trying to do. There would be sometimes few stakeholders who would be in a neutral role, isn't it? There would be people who are not supporting, neither they are resisting. We do have a kind of a people, no, they will say, hey, just wait and watch, it is too early for me to say something or to commit anything, let me just see how the things are progressing, then I'll make my opinion. So they don't have any strong opinion either way, we classify them as neutral. There are few stakeholders who would be supporting because they see the potential in this project. Okay, so that is what you are going to always use, that stakeholders support, that you would be, again, if they are supportive, it is not that you will not have any of the engagement strategy. You have to involve them in the decision making. You have to always talk to them regularly based on their interest. There would be few stakeholders who are going to be in the leading role. They are the champions, isn't it? They'll try to work day and night, how you are going to get the project success, isn't it? This is how we have to understand that what are the current engagement level and what should be our desired level of engagement for the stakeholders. That is what we are trying to define it in our stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. So, stakeholder engagement assessment matrix is where we are just trying to put our stakeholders, what is their current level of engagement and what is their desired level of engagement. Based on that, we can define our strategies. So there is a question on the chat box. Managing a stakeholder who is unwilling to provide necessary resources and he is restricting the use of open source alternatives, isn't it? That is what he has some concern. So how you could address that? Now this is specifically talking about the resistance. So now you have to use your interpersonal skills as a project manager, isn't it? You have to be very, very calm and passionate. You have to first address his concern, because he is having some concern related to might be security or maybe some kind of a support, isn't it? That is what, even you will find sometimes there are few people where the, you can say, no, they will have a kind of an attitude that we say no, that refusal is rooted in their things only, isn't it? That is what this is what they're doing. So you have to be very, very careful, and you have to always understand, isn't it? So what you have to do now, you have to address that concern, and then you have to always try to find out how you can understand that rationale behind that you are not permitting that license equivalent or all those things. So might be you have to tell them no, how it is going to impact your timeline, your deliverables, what kind of your risk will be happen, isn't it? That is what you have to do. Or might be in certain case we have to look for some other alternatives as well. And many of the time, where as a project manager you are not able to address then the last alternative left is you have to escalate. You have to always look for someone in your organization who has got a good relationship with that particular person so that he can help you. Yes, Tejas, so this is what, like, we know that we have to always use some of that thing. So sometimes escalation also will be required if you are not able to handle that resistance by your own. So this is how this SEAM stands for, and this is what we would be keep on updating it. Because what if suppose we know that there is a stakeholder who is currently at neutral and supportive is this. So what if he has now come up in the supportive? So your engagement strategy would be changed, isn't it? Why we should not use, I'll tell you. If you know that, isn't it? Why? Because sometimes stakeholders will get offended. Hey, he has put me under this resistant category, or he has put me under this low power category. Now I'll show him what my power is. So that is what PMI says. We always use this as a project manager. He use it for himself for identifying the strategies for engaging them. You can always uh, display, or you can always share the communication management plan with your stakeholders. If the stakeholder are asking you, you just use the codes or the numbers. We don't use the names. So leading stakeholders, we know that they have got a very high influence or strong support for the project, isn't it? So that is what you always have to leverage their expertise. You have to always appraise them. You have to always showcase their things. Rajendra is saying, what if manager and his manager is also, how come this possible, Rajendra? Because you yourself has developed this project charter. You are trying to get the buy-in support for the project, isn't it? The project manager itself is not cooperative. This is sometimes a very good real world scenario also, isn't it? So what we can do in that case, now this is the case where we know that project manager itself is not cooperative. That is what will go into a high risk, isn't it? So this is how we have to do by some strategically handle that thing. If resistant stakeholder is not agreeing to plan, that is what I told you. If you find a kind of a resistant stakeholder, we always have to address their concern. What is the fear factor? Or what is the kind of a conflict of interest they have? So if you address that concern, if you yourself is not able to do that, might be you have to take the support of the seniors also, isn't it? But we have to always know that what kind of support or what level of engagement we want from those stakeholders. At least can we bring them under this neutral? Yes, very good questions. No, how come a person who is currently in leading, now we want him to be supportive role? Tell me, Ankit, what if suppose you know that you have a kind of a stakeholder who is champion or who is having a very good influence on the project success, is working day and night, everything is doing, but now that particular stakeholder or that particular team leader is shifted to the PMO, that department is shifted. So we know that this member, PMO member, should always be in supportive. No, we cannot have too many people in the leading role. So we need to understand, if we have a PMO member, then that should be in the supportive role, not in the leading role, isn't it? So this is a matrix where we are going to understand. You may have sometimes a stakeholder They'll say, hey, we are not aware about this project objectives or what this project is going to give them the benefit. They are unaware. That is how you have to have in your communication plan, that how frequently you have to provide them the updates through emails or through newsletters, or resistant stakeholders who are aware of the impact but they are resistant to change. That is what we have to address their concern, and you have to always use your interpersonal skills. Neutral is all about no strong opinion either way. Supportive stakeholders are aware and they will be always supporting you for the project success. Again, you know that you always have to involve them for the decision making so that you can retain their support throughout the project. Leading are basically along with the support, they are the champions. They have a very high influence on the project success, strong support for the project. They are always proactively working for the project success, isn't it? So we always have to uh, take their leverage. You have to always appraise them. You have to always recognize them. That is how you are going to make it sure. So we have reached our second break time also. Nobody has reminded me, though we have exceeded. So can we just take a break now and we'll come back and we'll do the questions, right? The questions we'll do after the break. So just take a small breather, come back, and then we are going to do our questions. Okay, Nisha says we are interestingly attending your session. Hey, we have because got the majority, no? So people want to have, so I don't want to disrespect our team, isn't it? So we have agreed upon to take a two break. Might be we can see if you don't want, we can reduce the break timing from 7 minutes or 8 minutes. But as per our rule, we'll go for this break. So I hope everyone is back now after this break. So any questions related to the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix? We talked about that when we start identifying the stakeholders, so we have to look for more information about those stakeholders. So we are trying to have the perception, we are trying to assess the stakeholders on their interest, their knowledge, their impact, their attitude, and based on that we would be defining our strategies to engage them. So this is how we know that if the stakeholders are unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, or leading, how we are going to keep their engagement level as per our matrix according to this. What is the current level? What is the desired? So let's do the question. And before I'm doing sharing you the question, please do pay attention and take complete time. Don't just rush to answer because there is no extra mark if you answer the question in the shortest time. Do remember, okay? So take your time and answer the questions. A and B look similar. Time is already up. So I'm ending the poll. There is a good tie between the poll result as well. Yeah, you can see. I think we do have three more options on the chat window. So almost near about only between A and B. And this is really a kind of a difficulty level, means it is a tricky question. So the question was asking you, how would creating the stakeholder engagement plan enable the project manager to ensure effective engagement? So here we are just trying to focus on the effectiveness. What is the purpose, importance of the stakeholder engagement plan? So first talks about by identifying the strategies to promote productive involvement with the stakeholders in decision making, by establishing the path of communication with the stakeholder to ensure proper expectation setting. Now between 1 and 2, what would be your thing when we say path of communication? Isn't it stakeholder engagement plan is more focusing on identifying the strategies for the healthy or the positive or the productive involvement with the stakeholders, by giving the stakeholder an opportunity for input on project objective to gain consensus again. That is, but if you compare, the main purpose of plans is to document our strategies, isn't it? By allowing the stakeholder to express and document objections to the project goal, again this is not the objective of our stakeholder engagement plan. We know that stakeholders will exhibit different behavior, that is what they are, but this is how we have to identify their strategies to engage them effectively. Because stakeholder engagement plan is not going to establish the path of communication, isn't it? That is where we are defining in our communication management plan. Hey Jatin, please do refrain yourself from these things, because according to our simply learned policies, we don't promote such thing for the sake of thing. Now, this is the second question about our stakeholders. See, three on the chat window. Is this coming? Okay. Four, two, four, one. Time is up. So we have three, four C's in the chat box and three D also. So almost more than 70% people have opted for option C. So that says, who has the responsibility of identifying the stakeholders' influence in relation to the project requirement to ensure a successful outcome? Stakeholder engagement plan, stakeholder engagement strategies always will be the responsibility of the project manager. Please do keep it in mind. All of them are stakeholders, but how you are going to identify these strategies, that is the responsibility of the project manager. Okay, this is how you are going to do that. So with that, we have covered our engage stakeholders process of process domain. Fourth task, we have covered one enabler only for collaboration with these stakeholders. How do we evaluate their engagement needs? We also covered about second task of the process domain, manage communication. Two enablers we have covered here. Okay, so there are some questions on the folder related to stakeholders and communication, and you will have additional questions in your PMI website also. So now moving on to the next topic, as we discussed that along with the charter preparation, we can always look for stakeholder identification and our core team formation. Okay, so here we are just going to understand about the early stage of our team formation. Okay, just how we should have some of the core team members who are going to help us in the planning. So when we talk about our team, so we know that we always try to create a collaborative team culture, whether it is predictive environment. In the adaptive, always we have a collaboration. That is one of the important principle also, isn't it? So now we are going to know that we have identified the stakeholder based on our business case, other things, and now we have also main thing, how you are going to have a team and how you are going to develop that team so that they are highly productive, so they are high performing team. That is what we have to ensure. So project manager in the case of predictive project is going to be responsible to identify who would be there in this project, what should be the roles and responsibility of the team members. The project manager is going to set. He will be always creating a plan. We will discuss this resource management plan in our third chapter when we are going to plan for resources. So project manager always outline his strategies, his tools, his formats, that how to identify the resource, how to assign, how to develop them, what kind of training or development strategies we have to use, team development things we would be doing it, and how you are going to recognize and reward your people, how the hierarchy has to be there, that your team directory should be maintained. That is what is the responsible of the responsibility of the project manager in the predictive. So most of the time in the predictive project, the planning is the responsibility of the project manager. He would be using the other resources, other expert judgment, but he is the person who would be overseeing the entire planning process. All your team agreement structure is will be defined by the project manager only. This is what, like, we'll talk about the team charter, the ground rules that will be set by the project manager when it comes to the predictive. And we know that in our adaptive team, they're always assembled initially because team is responsible for planning, so they always supports the project requirements, and they're always self organized, working together to support the project requirements. So this is how adaptive team and we have in the predictive project. Now, when we talk about the team development, so during the course of our project, your team is going to progress between different stages. So these stages are basically what we follow is by this Bruce Tuckman ladder of team development. So this Tuckman has suggested there are 5 stages during our team development. So he just introduced that we have got forming stage, we have got storming stage, we have got norming stage, we have got performing stage of our team, and lastly we have got adjourning stage of our team. So how the team is going to progress, so you have to look into your team that currently at what stage of their development team is, so that you can always support the team to work together. So that is what this video is all about. So just listen to this video, then we'll discuss about the team stages.
Back in 1965, a psychologist named Bruce Tuckman observed that teams go through 5 stages: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Tuckman didn't just have a knack for rhyming, although that does make his model easier to remember. Understanding and supporting the team through each phase can be vital to helping it become a high-functioning team. Initially, the team is introduced. Everyone is polite, pleasant, even eager. This is the forming stage, when most team members are excited to start. Initially, the team is introduced. Everyone is polite, pleasant, even eager. This is the forming stage, when most team members are excited to start something new and get to know the others. Then, of course, reality sets in. During the storming phase, the weight of the task at hand sinks in. The initial excitement and the need to be polite wear off. Soon enough, people start to notice and appreciate each other's strengths. This is the norming stage, when the group starts to settle into a groove. Everyone is contributing and working as a cohesive unit. Eventually, the new team's members are confident and familiar enough with the project and their team that they can operate without supervision. This is the performing stage, when everyone on the team is on the same page and driving full speed ahead toward the final goal. In 1977, Tuckman added a 5th stage, adjourning. Sadly, not a perfect rhyme. This phase is sometimes known as mourning. because the team members have grown close and feel a loss now that the experience is over. The point of having a team is to work together. Understanding how teams develop and supporting that development is key to helping your team mature into the high-performing team it should be.
So this is what the Tuckman has suggested. So this psychologist says that just imagine your first project, or maybe imagine the college when you entered. Adjourning just relate it with as a farewell. Once you complete your project successfully, isn't it? During this entire course of this project of 6 months, 8 months, we develop that kind of a bonding and relationship. Now, at the last stage, when the time has come where we have to say goodbye because project is over, everything is done. Now we'll go back to our departments, our original things, isn't that is what is the morning or the journey where people will be just disbanded. We celebrate our success, so it is all like we share our sentiments, no, all a kind of that farewell kind of a thing that you just consider. This is what like is the last adjourning stage. So forming stage is once we have the initial level where the team is introduced. So that is what once we are doing our formal introduction, isn't it? People are not too much open. We just be polite, calm. So we know that okay, this is the project objective, something excited thing we are going to do. All that kind of a thing happens in the forming stage. But what happens once we are discussing about our project now? We may come up with some kind of the conflict where team members may have a difference in opinion. Might be people are not agreeing with the project management tools or with the approach somebody is suggesting that like we should follow this kind of a coding where we have to have a very detailed way of writing the code. Somebody prefers no, we should go with a kind of a very concise way to do that. Somebody is suggesting some other tool, so might be you are having difference in opinion, or people may have a conflicts also. That is what we called as a storming, because people are new, they have not worked together, there might be some difference in their opinion. Then this is how the project manager has to address them, their concern. He has to set some norms so that people should start understanding about everybody's strength and weaknesses, so that they should have a kind of a norming or a kind of a norms to work together, and they start listening to others viewpoint, what he or she is saying is correct, and this is what we should go with. That is what when we start settling down, that is the norming stage, isn't it? So norming stage is where we are now working together. We are now ensuring that we don't have any further resistance. Then we start performing as per our project objective, isn't it? So all maintaining that momentum for our project goal. So we are just working with a kind of a confidence. And lastly, we have the adjourning stage where we are just celebrating our success. We just do our final lessons learning session, isn't it? That is how we close our project and we ensure the smooth transitioning. This is what is the five different stages. That is kind of a natural phases of your team, isn't it? So maybe as a PM you have to understand what stage our team is, because storming stage has to be always come out very fast, isn't it? Once you find that the team is currently in some kind of a conflicts, they have a difference in opinion, so here you have to always empower them, support them, motivate them, all that thing. Even in the norming stage also you need to understand what should be your key focus, because you have to ensure people should remain collaborative together, and they should always work with the common goal, isn't it? That is what you have to do, some kind of your team building activities, isn't it? You have to take your team for lunch or maybe some other way, so that we are working with a kind of a common goal. That is what is this Tuckman has suggested, the five stages of the team formation. Adaptive team, as we know, they are the self-organized team. What do you mean by self-organized? Self-organized means they don't need any third person who is instructing them, who is guiding them. They all are matured enough, they all are empowered enough that they will work together, helping and supporting each other. They always are motivated. So people don't tell what to do. The team themselves are self organized, because once they have that motivation, once they have that kind of a self organization, people are always going to create the magic, isn't it? If somebody is missing in their team, somebody is on sick leave, the other person will be taking that role on his own. Nobody is telling somebody to do what, isn't it? The type of a team we have in our sports, no, football, cricket, if somebody is not able to perform well, so other person takes supports him. This is how we talk about the self-organized team, which is cross-functional. Cross-functional means we know that adaptive team has to come up with some valuable product in a short time. So we should have got all those diversified skill set within the team. Developer, designer, analyst, tester, isn't it? Every role should be there within the team. So the team should be capable of delivering what they have to build within that time. That is what is the two characteristics of adaptive team: self-organizing and servant leadership. Here we always focus that the leader or the project manager will serve the team. For him, the team growth is always top priority. The team's well being, employees' well being is on the top priority. We are looking for a team's growth. Personal growth is not secondary to him. Team growth is the top priority. That is what we talk about servant leadership and a cross functional team. So we are ending up here only about this team formation. Tomorrow we are going to continue from this team formation, and then we'll talk about our how do we build up the shared understanding so that we have a project charter, project agreements finalized, isn't it? There is a question on the chat window. How do you handle a situation when the team hates the functional manager and reports that to you daily, and the manager is arrogant for feedback? See, this is what we'll discuss, because this is what you are not following the correct practices. So this is what, like, we know when we talk about our uh, leadership styles, leadership skills, so we have to focus on certain aspect, because that simply says that project manager is not having a good trust amongst the team, or your team doesn't have a trust in you, isn't it? Because project manager has to use his empathy, emotional intelligence, so the team should develop that kind of a trust, or you also should have a trust. When you are giving some kind of a role to your team member, definitely they will do the best way. That is what we say when we work with this adaptive team. Your approach should be to develop or to create that kind of an environment, that kind of a structure. That is what is going to help you. So always look at the things, because if you find that team members are not reporting, or they have, what is the reason? That is what we have to go to the root cause of any situation, and after that you have to analyze that situation, and based on that we would be doing it. Team has a problem with another reporting manager. So again, now as a PM you have to talk to that person, no, how much involvement is required, isn't it? You have to see what is the problem, you have to understand, isn't it? That is what we have to have, a kind of a healthy environment. Shri Lakshmi, we, as I told you, there are different questions, multiple questions I have shared for stakeholders communication on the drive. Uh, Google Drive link already I have shared you. And about your PMI digital kit, you have to wait for your digital key, or you have to, if you have received your digital key, you can access it on the PMI website under your course category. You have your digital key, you can see there are two things. As I told you, the drive is all supportive. The PPTs that I am using, that PPTs are available to you with the PMI website. So that is your first point of reference. Going through the content of that PPT, if you feel that you have got good understanding, then you can straight away go to the questions. Okay? There is no need. If you need more understanding, then go to the drive content. So today we have just covered our compliances, we have covered the governance, we have covered our stakeholder identification and engagement, as well as communication plan. That is what we have covered today. Tomorrow we'll continue with our team formation, what all those things we have to keep it in mind about our project team, and also how we can have a shared understanding, means all the stakeholders, team member should be on the same page about the project success criteria. This is a sheer problem that you are facing, that project functional manager is not ready to change and impacting. That means your functional manager is not having a good trust with your people, isn't it? And this is a kind of a matrix organization. Nisha, what is your authority level? You are the project manager. Yeah, it's a matrix organization. Now that is where the leadership skills comes into picture. Your power skills comes into picture. That is what you have to use your influencing power, persuasion power, so that you have to develop that rapport with that functional manager, so that you are going to influence him in such a way so that he should be with the support of your team. So you have to always influence without the authority. We will talk about all these things. Okay, these are all, you have so many bad apples isn't your team, so many several situations. This is how the leadership skills comes into picture, isn't it? Power skills. So the people who don't have any questions, we are done with our today's agenda. Do participate in that survey, feedback survey. And people who have the queries related to operations or the content, they can stay back. We are going to discuss the questions. Okay. So Krishna will talk about that. This, all these situations will be there where a project manager has to use his power skills and his leadership skills only. That is how you will be able to get into the, get out of these situations. So drive link, I have leadership skills, all your power skills. Now we talk about influencing skills, emotional intelligence, empathy, persuasion, critical thinking, problem solving, negotiation, communication. All that is going to play a vital role, isn't it? Sometimes we easily get influenced by the person's way of speaking, isn't it? The way he tries to persuade us, we always support him, isn't it? So all that happens. Yes, Pratibha, see, if you have claimed your digital key, you can go to your PMI website and you will find a Simply Learn partner platform there. If you want me to help you out, one of you can share your screen so that other learners can also get the benefit. If you want to share your screen, Pratibha, you can do that, and I'll be giving you the access. I can help you on that. It will be only possible once you have your digital key with you. Okay. So yeah, just share your screen. I have given you the access. So Pratibha, just come down. Yeah, my courses. Is it showing Simple Learn platform? My courses. Click on that. Thank you, team. Those who don't have any questions, they can drop off and see you tomorrow, same time with our new learning. My courses, yeah, just click on this e-learning, no, where you have. Come below this volunteer, is it whether it is showing your Simply Learn platform or not? Open your PMI, yeah, just come down to your okay profile icon. I'll make it easy. Click down, click it here, click it. Come down below this community profile. Is it showing Simply Learn platform? If you come down again, is it showing Simply Learn platform or no? Below volunteer. No. Okay. Did you receive that mail to access your kit, Pratibha? I'm giving you the wait. Unmute access also. Wait. Yeah, I've given you the unmute access, or you need not have to open your chat window again and again.
Yeah,
You
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
So
I
just
did
go to
receive,
your.
yeah,
You have
I
received
did
email,
receive.
no?
I
You
did,
didn't.
yes.
You have received. Okay.
Yeah,
So you have used that only, no? Just
correct.
click on
Yes.
that. So PMI authorize. Yeah, just
Uh,
clear the.
There
This
is
is not
something,
good.
but I can't see like it's hidden with that beside this. But I
Click
think
on
let
my
me.
courses. Click on my courses.
Okay. Yeah,
Just come
it's
down.
just this. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing below
Yeah,
this.
here come the Simply Learn. Below volunteer, you have Simply Learn solutions. Below volunteer
Mm.
tab, extreme left. No, above, come
This
above,
one?
come up. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
Click on
okay,
this Simply Learn platform. Simply Learn
okay,
platform. Click on this,
okay.
and now you will find your course. Just come down. Yeah, click on this Get
This one?
Course. Click on this Get Course.
Okay.
Once you click it on, you have to fill up this
Okay.
information.
I fill in this and I confirm, and then it will appear
Then you
here
would
only.
just quickly do that. I'll just
Okay,
guide you so
sure.
that other learners who are just there, they can also get to know. Just fill it up. Yeah, once you have claimed your digital key, that is what Vijay just. You must have received an email also. No, follow that instruction
Uh,
and create your email. Create your registration on the PMI website with the same email ID that you have used for Simply Learned registration. Okay.
One question, what is
Yeah,
this address for? So I know which one to put. I do have a permanent and a temporary,
you
so
can make use of permanent address only. Okay.
okay. Okay.
So come down. Yeah. So just
Yes.
click on this progressing. No, click on this
Yeah.
start course.
Start course.
Okay. Now you will have your course material. So
All
student
right.
material and
Yeah.
student resources are there, spotlight videos are there. You click on
Perfect.
student material first.
Okay.
These are the classes PPTs, okay? All the six
Um,
chapters, okay? And the workbook is also there. Then again,
oh,
click on this back button. You can download after clicking on
sure.
this. Student resources will give you the mastery builder questions, your glossary PDF I was talking about, and
Okay.
your case study. Okay.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
PIMBOK will not be available here. PIMBOK will be only accessed by the link I have shared to you from the reference material. That is only available after you get your exam voucher and the membership, after getting your application approval. Right? So you got it? No? This is how you
Yes,
can download all of these material. Okay? Fine.
sure. Thank you so much.
Any other queries, learners, for the content or for our Prashant? I think I just shown you the chapter wise question on the drive. If you talk about PMI kit has the mastery builder question, and on the drive, if you go, we have a PMP question folder. There you have chapter 1 questions PDF, and from chapter 2 you have your stakeholders and communication. Isn't it? Just refer to the drive under those folders. After claiming digital key, you will have an email also. So from that email, you can access PMI website, and you can always download the material the way I showed right now. Pratibha has took. We have not covered Krishna right now the project charter. Okay, we have just discussed that along with the charter preparation, we have to identify stakeholder and team formation. Parallelly it can go. We will talk about the project charter, we will talk about our team charter, everything. We have not yet touched these topic right now. We have only covered the stakeholders and our communication part. Now we are going to discuss about this team formation, where we'll talk about the team charter. Then we also have to finalize our project charter. That is what tomorrow we would be covering. Ankit, feedback survey, LSM will share, or once you drop off, no, automatically it will take you to that feedback survey only. Okay, or maybe our LSM will just share it again, or once you drop off, the feedback survey feedback link will come. You are trying to know a basic definition about what is a charter. Okay, if you talk about a project charter is the first foundational document. It is the first authorization document that gives the authority to a project manager to start using the resources on the project. That is the project charter. Team charter is a document which guides us about the expected behavior from our team, how the team should behave when we are working on the project. Regarding our, these are the guidelines regarding our communication, decision making, all those shared values and the vision. We'll discuss that tomorrow. So Kirutiga says you have just claimed digital key, email not yet received. So if you have just claimed it now, you have to wait for some time. Might be by tomorrow you would be able to get your email from the support site. You can just uh, wait for some time, maybe tomorrow or by date, or maybe by evening, you will get that email from the PMI support site. If you have just claimed it, okay, it will take some time. So within the 48 hours, definitely you will get it via email. If still you didn't, if you don't get any email, you can reach out to our support team. You can raise a support ticket for that. But wait for some time, because right now only you have claimed it. Any other questions which has scrolled up? Might be I have missed it. So the team, please do mention it again. So Prashant, I think you would be now able to locate those questions as I mentioned it under the PMP questions folder. Okay. So no more questions, team. So thank you once again. and see you tomorrow with our new topics related to the team formation and how do we build the shared understanding and also the project development approach.
Thank you so much, Ranjita ma'am, for an insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. So, before you guys leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. Your feedback helps us to enhance in our future sessions and create a better learning experience for you guys. Once again, thank you everyone for your time and engagement. We look forward to seeing you again in our next session. Take care. Thank you. Happy learning.